流れる時の仲間叩く切な敵きらめきをこの世の記憶に刻むため歩き続けるビーバー捨てた譲れない想いこの胸に
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
All right, I'm back. Yes, I grabbed water. I grabbed a snack. It's yogurt. I have water. Monokuma Mondays might be happening. They might be happening, like, unironically. I was gonna go to the gym earlier, and I'm in gym clothes, by the way. Hold on. I'm in gym clothes, like, I'm ready to go to the gym, right? And I walked outside, and there's no car. Everyone took all the cars, and I'm like, shit! And the one car that I can use has a dead battery, so I can't actually use it. What the fuck, showing leg for free? Did I? I was just showing, I guess, like, fuck. If you saw my legs, you have to sub. I heard that on YouTube. I'm kidding. I didn't realize how hazel your eyes are. I forget they're hazel half the damn time, I'm gonna be honest with you. The next one will cost you double. Forced rest day. Yeah, so it's kind of a forced rest day. My plan, I think, is I'm gonna stream for a while. I have zero clue what I'm doing. Zero idea.
NANI? Workout stream, let's go. Hitsuga King Dork also late.
Fuck me, I hate that. Hound Ray, I should say it rather. I love that emote, but I equally hate that emote. It's so silly. So I'm still in my gym attire, and I realized, since I have no vehicle, I'm forced to wait until later in the night. So I'll go at night. But in the meantime, I might as well stream, because I said I was going to stream today. And if I wait until later, then I won't stream later, you know? So, his best emote. For anyone who doesn't know, Ray made that emote. Or Hound. Hound 3. Because I know there's a couple of folks in here that are also artists, like Red Honey, Rue, for example. And yeah, you guys know I love art. What is he on about? Should I play Life is Strange? I just fucking remember that. Hey, it's the rare subtrain. Y'all remember that? Also, hey Shuckles, how are you doing? Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the prime. Yes. It's only been like a month. Okay, listen. Holidays got really busy because I was celebrating Sophia's birthday, which was... I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun that day. But then it was like prep for the holidays, Christmas, and then it was New Year's, and then it was Lunar's New Year's, and then I had to help my uncle move because he like dislocated his arm. Hey JV, what's up? Also, my uncle lost a front tooth. He lost a fucking front tooth. He dislocated his arm and he lost a front tooth. But yeah, okay, before I go into it, him and mom's husbando were moving a refrigerator that's like huge, and they're both like old shits. One's scrawny and the other one's kind of fit. I guess mom's husbando's kind of fit. It was a recipe for disaster, because like that's not a 2-person lift. It was kind of ridiculous that they even attempted it. But after, yeah, Asians basically. After he got hurt though, hold up, there's dust on top of my fucking webcam. After he got hurt, that's when they called me, and I came in to like help them carry things. So for like a week straight, I was just lifting constantly after going to the gym and stuff as well, so that kicked my ass. My eyes deceived me. It's a VTuber. Moi? Me? Yeah, I know. Look at me. This is top. Look at the hair physics. Insane hair physics, dude. Actually, I got a haircut, if anyone noticed. compared to how fucking poofy it used to be. You should have carried it by yourself. Yeah, I should have. Agents make sense. Also, I'm okay. Still working, fortunately. I felt that. Hey, Sonny. It's always nice to meet more artists. Yeah, no, I've been finding a lot more artists recently, Ray. I'm like, holy shit, people are talented. I'm fucking jealous. Does anyone recognize the song that's playing? Because I want to see if you guys can actually hear the song. What's up, Sonny? I'm trying to adjust my hair now. Whoever doesn't know, let me think. I think it's my BRB screen. There's music playing. Is it too quiet? Did you hear that time? I hope so. If you recognize that song, you're fucking goated. Alright, I'm gonna show you guys some of my gifts. Well, this is not a gift, this is just the book I've been reading. The Name of the Wind. Sophia got it from me when I was in Norway. I need to do a better job of actually reading more of it. I've been kind of asked about reading it. But you all see that? I got two books. One is Epic Japanese Myths and Tales. Looks pretty dope. And the other one is a sister book, I think. And it's Gothic Asian Ghost Short Stories. Fantasy. So, like, honestly, it's pretty cool. I really like I like these kind of, like, gifts where it's just kind of random. And I think they're really, really sweet and wholesome because I don't know, they're great. Of course, you guys know I got that Lunar's New Year money. Hey, thank you for the sub, Derek. It's been nice hanging out. Let's sit for more Hitsu, but I need to park my butt in bed. It's 1:30 a.m. No worries. What the fuck, you got so many? The catch is, this is the funny catch. I think all of them except one of them have $2 in it, if I remember correctly. So like, I can buy some chicken nuggets. Yeah. Let's be real. My family's broke as fuck. Cam, it's got hella Bitcoin. Yeah, I got exactly. Actually, no. I think one of these has fucking beans in them. Yeah, this is the one that has a 20. And the one that has a 20, check this out, has beans in them. Put that back in there because I don't know what to do with the beans. Maybe they're like magic beans. Maybe I just gotta go find a place to plant them and I'll be rich. I'll get a golden goose. No, is it a duck or a goose? I don't fucking remember. The goose that lays the golden eggs. Yeah, it's a goose. Right now, eat them. It's over for me. Live on Twitch.tv. Fucking over. Jack Republic and the. If Jack ever got back to streaming and someone had the skills to, I want to see Jack edited or like drawn. And the Jack and the Beanstalk type story. That would be... I would read that to my kids. My last gift. Can y'all see it? It's a paper theater. Spirited Away. And basically, the instructions are based on the back. And you get like different pieces or of the set, and like it's layered. So like one's in the background, and there's like something else a little bit in front of it, then something else a little bit in front of it, on repeat like that until it gets to like the very front. And it's open, and I think it's a really, really cool gift. Sophia went above and beyond for this gift, and I thought it was so nice. Made me really happy. And you guys already know about the early Christmas gift. Oh, actually, Actually. Saw my phone vibrating just now? Holy shit. Dr. Suga? Exactly. Holy, oh my god. Anyways, fucking love this. It's so such a simple gift, but it makes me really happy. Yeah, that's all I really got for the holidays. I think. You look swole. Me? Hers. But I am happy with the gifts I got. Very much. Very much so. That sound like a horn? That was Sophia's phone vibrating, I think. Because I'm in a call for on my phone. Because as you guys know, when she sleeps, I look over her. Just make sure that she's sleeping alright. I think that's all the gifts. I think. Fucking love Life is Strange. Also, random question for anyone who's watching Tokyo Revengers, because I think there might be someone. Where are you guys watching that, the second season? Because I know that just came out, and I don't know where to watch it. Doing the same with Jack at the moment. You get it. You get it. It's on Disney Plus. That's where the fuck it was. I was trying to watch it on Saturday, and I gave up after like looking for a solid 5 minutes, and was like, fuck this, not worth my time. I don't see it. Is it not available yet? Are they gonna do the whole entire thing where once the entire season's out they're gonna release it? It's kind of cringe if that's the case. So, we could do Life is Strange. Let me get the Game Pass open. So I think that's where I had it. Maybe I'm lying. Let me check. Because I thought it was on Crunchyroll. Don't know why I assumed that. Maybe because season 1's on Crunchyroll. And then it wasn't. So I was just devastated. Imagine assuming. You know what they say about assuming? Only idiots assume. The anticipated Tokyo Revengers Season 2 has been released. Tokyo Revengers 2 Season 2 Episode 1, which is titled It Is What It Is, premiered on Disney Plus on January 8th. Bro, Disney Plus, are you censoring me? Am I being censored by a corporate entity? Is it censored? Am I being censored? No, I'm not. I'm not being censored. I don't know what the fucking term is. I'm blanking. All right, go back to tech and music because there's no shot. Oh, okay. I found an anime opening last night at like 2 or 3 a.m. that blew my mind in like the weirdest way possible. And I have the YouTube link still open, so I'm gonna switch to desktop real quick. Check this out. Y'all ready for this? late. I know, but I just found I was gone for like 2 years. But like, oh, it's such a bop. I did I when I disappeared, I actually nothing existed to me for like years. Fucking mental boom. I have no idea what this show is about. I think I know who the character is. I think he's based on Kong Ming, but I'm not entirely sure. But the music, like, I don't get the context though. Like, why the fuck is Kong Ming in this? Is he a time traveler, or is he just some dude that loves him and cosplays with him? You know, I don't know. But the opening in of itself, is he a DJ? I'm so lost. I have no idea what this show is fucking about. But the opening is a bop, and it made me want to watch it. So I have the thing opening. It's my face. I've also been playing chess recently in my downtime. Or no, oh, that was Lean Beef Patty. If you know her, you know her. Where's the Xbox Game Pass at? I just had it open. Yeah, imagine existing between the years of 2020 and 2023. That's facts. I definitely did not exist. The thing is, half of the time between those years, I feel like nothing of significance really happened. Nothing really. It just happened. Like, it just passed the time. I don't know. It kind of blew my mind. Chess, let's play sometimes. I'd be down. It's now 2019. Wait. I can't do the face. I thought I did it for a second there. Earned a reputation as one of the greatest tacticians of the Three Kingdoms. Yeah, I think it's based on him. Having led his army through countless grueling victories, Kong Ming fell gravely ill during the Battle of Fuzhong Plains. The weariness and regret stemming from the seemingly never-ending war catch up to him, and he draws his final breath. Kong Ming wishes that if he were to reincarnate, he'd be reborn in a more peaceful area. His wish comes true, and he wakes. Oh shit! He wakes up in modern-day Tokyo with a younger body and his memories intact. Thrust into an unfamiliar world, he finds his way into a nightclub and meets Eiko Tsukimi, an inspiring singer whose performance immediately captivates him. Pitying his confusion, Eiko takes Kong Ming under her wing and teaches him about the current world, which leads to Kong Ming's interest in contemporary music. Seeing Eiko's immense musical potential, Kong Ming vows to make the world recognize her and soon take on the role of her manager. What? Unsurprisingly, the music industry is unforgiving to those who make even the slightest mistakes. Still, Kong Ming is determined to accomplish his goals, even if he must utilize the war stratagems he famously used in his previous life. So they actually... That sounds really fucking interesting, actually. NANI? Really fucking yes.
Don't mind me just printing my 10-month sub.
That actually sounded like a printer. How the hell did you do that? Is it just ends? How the fuck? Thank you for the 10-month sub. What the hell? How did you do that? Is it... I thought that was your phone? I thought it was my phone for a second too until I saw like the message. I thought my phone was vibrating. Like, I need him to be your manager. I need him to manage my life. That's such a funny sound. I need to copy pasta that. Your phone rang. Oh, sorry. Hold up. Haha. But I guess we can play Life is Strange. I honestly don't remember where we left off. I honestly don't know if my Xbox Game Pass works because I did not really make the most of it when it was free. Unless I'm paying for it already, and I just don't know. Yeah, I'm 326 years old. Hitsuga. Crazy revolutionary. Ah, I just remembered I just did some pose of... Did I do a good job? Probably not. Life is strange. How are you doing, Kame? Kamekosu. Oh, and it's hard to throw you under the bus right now, but Kame is also another artist, folks. They stream, and Hound, if you're curious, Kame does pretty good shit too. Did that just lag? Oh my god, it's lagging hardcore. Oh my god. My shit's lagging, dudes. Okay, you know what? I have an idea on what it is. It's probably Chrome. So let's multi-tab this up. Oh, one tab this up and tighten up my I have so many tabs open. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. Okay, I need to show you guys this. PC dying too much dust? I probably do need to clean it actually sometime soon. I was thinking about doing a clean recently. All right, this is one tab, and just look at it all. Impressive, isn't it? But yeah, we'll do Life is Strange though. Hi, I'm great. Hi, you're great. There we go. Also, Kame is the person, Curse, by the way, that convinced me to play TFT. And there's a reason why I was no-lifing TFT for a bit. I hit gold. Don't know how I hit gold. Gonna be completely honest with you. But I fucking hit it. Alright. I'm gonna replay the notifications to see if it's less laggy with the game running. Calm yourself, boy. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way, Kame. Okay, that looked good. That looked good to me. Also, thank you again, Shuckles and Sunny. I appreciate y'all. And second, for the printing sounds. Don't know who Steph's story is. And can I change my title before I continue the game? I'll head to bed, having headaches on and off all day. Good night, Dork and chat. Hound, you take care. I keep saying Hound. I've been making a habit of saying people's Twitch usernames instead of like names, I guess. Hold on, I need to pause. But you get some rest, Hound. I appreciate you. Very good cheer sound. If you're not familiar, I've never heard that. What? I've never heard that. Yeah, good night, Hound. Let me give you a proper shout out with the whole entire thing. You guys don't know Hound. I call them Ray. They're great. They made this drawing thing over here, and I fucking love it.
Oh my god.
I'm not taller. Or no, fuck no, I'm not shorter. Oh my god, I fucking exposed. Instantly exposed. God damn it. Sheesh. Stop being a dork. No, you. So, they're great. They're awesome. They're fantastic. Oh my god. Let me hear it.
This is all about.
Oh my fucking god. Why does that sound so troll? Does anyone have a cat around? Did they react to that? That sounds a sprinkler sound. Let's go. What would that sound like? Is there like a TTS? Can I like do like a TTS thing? Is there like an app where I can just hear sounds and just mess around with it. How do people find these things? That's what I want to know. Can I address you as Hitsuga the dork from now on? Sure. That's not a me thing. That's a you thing. Not a mean thing. Yes, you can. There's a thing. I have one set up as a channel point word. Oh, yeah. I totally can. I saw that in someone else's channel that you can actually do TTS as a channel point redemption thing. And that had me somewhat curious. There's a whole Brian TTS manual. Damn. Like, I feel like in the years I was gone, people really like figured some shit out. Like, they really figured some shit out, and I'm just behind on the curve. Life is Strange. True Colors. I was going to do Before the Storm. This is True Colors. Can you see the colors with a U to trigger folks? I was in prison, Curse. The prison of my mind. The jail of myself. Bum bum, the cheeky cheeky bum bum. Now I'm free, bitch. Send it to your DMs. Good night for real now, and thank you for the shout out, you dork. No worries. You get some proper rest, Ray. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate you. You type in the text and it does TTS. I'm very curious about that. So yeah, please DM me if you guys have knowledge on that. I have my scripted defs thing still turned on. Let me turn that off. How the fuck do I turn that off? This. There we go. I did it. All right. Is game good? Is title good? We're gonna go right into Life is Strange, and then after Life is Strange, the chapter, I'll probably switch to the gym. I'll go to the gym. What do you guys think about playing chess on stream? Random question, because I've been playing chess recently. Like I said earlier, would that be fun? I don't know if that would be fun or not. I'm not good at chess, but I think it'd be good filler content, I guess. I'm just vibing, chessing. I'm so down for that, bro. 6 moves. I actually got 5 moved checkmated on me like yesterday night, I think. When it happened, I fucking face palmed. Bet, let's play. All right, bet. I'll do some chess live streams one day just for the fun of it. We can all vibe and play each other. I'm not good or anything. Jokes, I've been practicing. Oh, I'm done for. It's over for me. Oh, you got Fools Mated? It wasn't that one. It was like, actually no, it was that one. It was just like a different variation of it, and I don't know. I was half asleep. So, but when it happened, I fucking face palmed. Like, as soon as I like let go of my piece, I knew. It's like, oh wait, I'm dead. Silly me. Do I still have that match? I want to show you guys a match I did today, though. I gotta show you guys. Yeah, y'all got me thinking. I'm thinking. He's thinking. Bum bum, a cheeky cheeky bum bum. Is this it? This might be it. Yeah, it is. Okay. Fuck it, we'll do game review. Might as well use my game review for the day. White played with 100% accuracy, and black played with 100% accuracy. I'm black, he's white. It starts off with him going with the king's pawn. I do king's pawn and return. E5 is a book move. He does his knight. I do my knight. He brings out his bishop to counter my fucking this square. Cause he's gonna try to go here. And papa. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh shit. Well, how about I play that? What will you do now? I leave my pawn hanging specifically as bait. He takes the bait. Very nice, in my opinion. And then I'm like, perfect. I move my queen out to try to force him to take this pawn, because I want him to take that pawn. This pawn here. So I do it. If he doesn't take it, I take his knight. You know, it's whatever. But he does take it. And at this point, I know I can win if he fucks up. I know he can win if he fucks up. So I go here, attack the rook. He panics, and he brings the rook in, which is also a book move. And then I go here to do the check. Now, what you're supposed to do here, you're supposed to bring out your queen and just accept that you lost your queen. That's how you live. I take your queen, and then we play on from there. But he defends with his bishop. And then I play here. And that's checkmate. I got a fucking checkmate. He had like no chance. Like there was just trap after trap after trap after trap. And I can't believe all of this is book moves. How the fuck do you get a book move that ends in a checkmate for yourself? Also, hi Vinny. What's up? Every single one of these moves were book moves. Including the last... This game engine is bad. No shot. And then at this point, I would take that. And he would take it back. And then I would try to go here, I think. Oh, that's a blunder. I guess I'd take it. What the fuck? What is he supposed to do? I don't know. I won. I'm not that good. I'm not that good to think about it. I won. That's all that matters. Pog, the site is bugged. Either way, 100% accuracy. It made me so happy when it happened. It was like, he did exactly what I wanted him to. And I got his ass. So, that made me happy. Hope you get banned. What do you mean? I have been toxic. Low-key. In the chess chats. Out of every single game I've ever played, I think I've been the most toxic in chess. Which is weird. Every single game I've ever played, chess is the one that makes me like want to type back and be like, fuck you. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Because like I'll play other games. You know what? EU West was something else. All right, I got yogurt. I've been the most toxic in chess. Is it? I think it's ad quote. Can you? Yeah, it's ad quote. Pretty sure. Not 100% sure. And just in case it doesn't work for you, can someone add that? When there's a hold, she can't find it. What?
You have a superpower? You're both fucking with me, right?
Did I play with a controller or a mouse for this? I don't remember. Oh, I can't play a controller. It is ad quote. Easy peasy. Not fucking.
Ryan,
I remember.
like the fucking with you.
I remember.
It's all true.
How's volume, by the way?
Fine. Then tell me what I'm feeling right now.
You're feeling disbelief.
This fucking idiot.
You're actually a little annoyed. You feel hurt that we didn't tell you until now.
It's okay.
True or
All
not.
right, perfect.
You don't like being left out.
Well,
I feel like even though she's
Okay.
an empath, it's a bit more than just being an empath, you know? I feel like she's able to read thoughts as well.
Shit. The foosball game. You knew exactly what to do.
And if that's the case, it's not really being an empath. She's straight up mind reading. And as a result, she can also see people's emotions.
You
But
need
like,
to focus on the positive memories.
she's not an empath. She's just fucking, yeah, she's just psychic.
I thought it would help.
It did.
They were trying to explain it away as like she's
Warn me
being
next time, okay?
an empath, basically. A super powered empath. But like, no, she's literally fucking mind
Thought
reading.
I'd have a freaky empath friend. Pretty wild.
The term empath is so dumb anyways. Just say psychic. Yeah, she's basically psychic.
Diane today.
No.
Or she is psychic.
She was in yesterday working on her
Like she can
laptop.
travel through people's memories.
You said she was afraid of something around Gabe's death. If she's covering up what Typhon did. I bet there's proof.
God damn it, Sonny.
I hope so. If she comes in today, let's be ready with a plan. In the meantime, I've got to finish my shift.
We're on it.
No worries, get your food. Get your food. I
earn a
had
paycheck.
breakfast earlier. Later I'm gonna have some
Clean the dirty
noodles.
dishes around the bar.
But I want to go to the gym before I eat. No reason in particular. I just don't like eating before gym because it's easy to feel weird, I guess. Jed, thank you so much for remembering my birthday last week. And that Marco Esquanda tequila was excellent. You are welcome over anytime. Your best cook by a long shot, Francisco. Gotcha. Thank you, Francisco.
Now, Steph and Ryan know the big secret. How's it going?
We have some ideas that are gonna blow your mind.
Well, let's not get ahead of it.
Blow
Okay.
your mind.
Blow your mind.
Can't wait.
Beer taps.
Colorado tap water.
Honestly, tap water in Colorado probably is very good. If it's anything like Norway's like mountain tap water, probably fucking delicious, not gonna lie. Want a pina colada? I got you. Hey Neff, what's up? Howdy, fellers. One time I did yoga after eating 5 huge rice noodle rolls. Yeah, like it's not like you'll puke. Sometimes you can, if you're going really hard in like cardio or something. But like sometimes it just doesn't feel good. Most useless bartender? What do you mean? Do you not see me spinning? What bartender spins like I do? Or do you prefer shaken?
I'm not convinced this is totally sanitary, but what do I know?
It's all about the vibes over sanitation at that point, gonna be honest.
How do these birdwatching contests even work? Who's checking the sightings?
Oh, gold. Gold is happy, right?
Questioning my victory?
Alright, just hear what they're talking about.
Miranda, I would never.
Tap water from Switzerland is probably good. But tap water in
I
Norway,
wonder about the other guys.
it felt like
There's an honor code.
it felt
among
better than
workers.
bottled water half the
I've
damn
competed
time.
Since I was 12, and I've never seen it broken.
12? Wow. So, this win is a big deal for you. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know what? This guy's valid. That guy's valid. I thought he was gonna say some toxic shit. It's like, oh, it's just bird watching though. But like, actually, the way he like supported her still.
Time for your bath.
Time for your bath. Oh, dirty dishes. Let's see what she's thinking.
Your face, Ryan Lucan. I'm Birder of the Year, and your reign is finished.
Uh-oh. Better not tell Ryan I had a hand in that.
Oh, we helped her. We helped her find the fucking bird. Last episode. This game is not a sequel to the first game, but I'm pretty sure
better
all
do
the
some
games
cleanup
are
before my
like
shift
same
is
universe. Kind of like an MCU origin story type of ordeal.
Time for your bath.
Because there was a second one with like the brothers. I forgot what was the brothers' power. What was the brother's power? Sorta, like a spin-off. But all their own games. I don't think they've really ever connected with one another. What was the powers in the brothers one? In the first one, you had the time rewind. Holy shit, I'm blinking right now.
I wish Riley never found out about my condition. She needs to focus on her future, not mine.
Riley found out? I wonder what this means for them.
Talk to her.
Hey, Eleanor.
She has
How
dementia,
are
I
you?
think.
I'm doing okay. Thank you, dear. I really appreciate your help from a couple weeks ago. It means a lot to me.
Of course.
I mean, I'm assuming they're gonna be same universe. It'd be weird, I guess, if it wasn't.
Hey, is everything okay with you and Riley?
For the most part. She's pushing herself too hard.
But I don't remember the brothers, like, their powers.
I just
I don't remember his fucking
focus on
power.
her own life.
Was he telekinetic?
Let me know what I can do.
He had the force?
You've
Thank you,
done so
Tally.
much already. I'm grateful.
You're an
Alex.
original, aren't you?
He had the force.
Fantastic. Yeah, he was Anakin. He was
I need to
Anakin
clear
fucking
the dirty dishes
Skywalker.
around the bar.
Uh,
I feel terrible.
oh right, they did have a character in the first one. I don't remember what character it was, but that did happen. I do remember that. And I was hoping we'd see Max and Chloe, but we didn't.
Where are you, girl from Rome? Gosh, I really miss that song.
Banana Anakin.
Play it in here all the time.
Weird. I've never heard it. Maybe Jed knows where it went?
Girls. Wait, what? Oh, that's like a mini question. Mini quest.
From Rome.
Where are you, girl from Rome? Okay. There's Jed. Let's talk to this person over here that looks stressed.
Can't go on a run. Everyone will see how awkward and out of shape I am. Forget it.
Been there before. Maybe I can encourage her.
I'll say this. I know a lot of people feel awkward about exercising. Most people, I don't think, would even notice you're exercising. If you're going outside and like jogging. Or if you're at the gym, most people just kind of ignore you. Except recently, like TikTok trends. They're kind of dickheads though.
Hey, can I ask you something?
How are you doing, by the way, Tally? What's going
I
on?
always felt too self-conscious to try running. You seem like a pro. Any tips?
Oh. Well, definitely don't let that stop you. Just push through it, you know?
Is she gonna
I'll try that.
make her help herself?
Trust me. You're not alone.
With indirect, like, requests for help? Like, she doesn't need help. But you're just indirectly asking it? That's cheeky. She's literally reading minds. She's not an empath. What's that power called? There has to be a term for that. You ever stream World of Horror? That burger looks deceased. She's the worker of the
Welcome.
company
Right with you.
that caused the main character's brothers to die. I remember that. I finally got over his death. Holy fucking shit.
I better check in.
I
with
take
Steph
deaths
and Ryan.
so fucking hard, personally. Even if it's fictional. Dork Life. Hey, how are you doing, Sage? She's telepathic. Telepathic. That's what it is. That's the term. She's tele-fucking-pathic. She's not an empath. She's literally reading minds. And people are like, oh, she's such an empath. She's such an empath. She can read what you're thinking. That's crazy. But maybe the condition is only when you're feeling strong emotions. Maybe that's like the condition. But I just thought about it. Like, first look at him.
Definitely the best boss I've ever had. Which, to be fair, isn't that high a bar?
Jed is a pretty dope guy, though. Not gonna lie.
Where do we keep unused
Chronomancy,
jukebox
telekinesis, and
seats?
telepathy. Yeah, so those are the three powers.
In the jukebox.
Cool. Just curious. Did you trade out the quarters in the register yet?
All you, kid.
All right. So maybe I go find the song. You already get copyrighted. 3 sheets to the wind. Mind the damn porridge. What was the name of the song? Something about Rome. Where are you, girl? Are you in Rome or something? Panoramica. Thank you for shouting out Sage, by the way, Tally. Unfuck yourself. Should have been me yesterday. Words, hands, baby, it's all I know. Rocky Mountain, state of mind. Open up a bottle of whatever. Whiskey the 4th. Bound to be a rebel. None of those songs. Cold cocked?
Salty that Steph won the game. I'll get her back.
Cold cocked? Was that a song? Am I blind? Did I skip it? I think I skipped it. Cold cocked. Has a country vibe to it, which I don't think I would anticipate from this cover. I might have to play all of them just to find it, which I think might be a little cringe. If anyone knows what it is, just by looking it up, let me know. I'm waiting for songs to come out, like words to come out. It no longer sounds country. It sounds like... I don't know what the fuck it's called. The song is actually called Alabaster Daydreams. Wait, really? I don't hear words. Alabaster Daydream. This one?
Jed's such a liar. Jed's such a liar. Jed's such a liar. Jed's such a liar.
Hey, yo, Jed!
Definitely the best boss I've ever had. Which, to be fair, isn't that high a bar.
Where are you?
I wonder what the song was. Maybe I can find out.
Player brings up the song title to him. He'll tell Anthony to put the music track somewhere behind the bar, but doesn't say exactly. So did we talk to him? I kind of spaced out. Behind the bar. He'll tell Alex that he put the music track somewhere behind the bar, but doesn't say exactly where it is. I'll be near the cash register. Where the fuck's the cash register? Did I fuck it up? Am I stupid? Is my brain not turned on? But I did talk to him.
Definitely the best boss I've ever had. Which, to be fair, isn't that high a bar.
We can't talk to him anymore.
Jed's such a liar.
Okay, I'm gonna reload last checkpoint because I don't think anything significant happened, but I think it's something like the interaction. I think how I went about the interaction.
She's here. I know.
Hey, welcome. I'll be right with you.
It's kind of sweet. Did anyone notice how she got on her tippy toes?
I better check in with Steph and Ryan.
I can talk to him now. But before that, I'm gonna check the
I'm
jukebox.
still salty that Steph won the game.
What happens if I try to play the song now for the second song?
Song missing. Maybe this is the one that girl was thinking of.
Boom. All right, we set up that interaction. Did we talk to her yet?
Our chat actually helped.
I think it did too. Now we talk to him about the song.
Hey, where do we keep unused jukebox CDs?
We don't. Everything we have is in the jukebox.
Cool. Just curious. Did you trade out the quarters in the register yet?
All you, kid.
Bro, what? Tilted. I see the damn CD right there. It says jukebox.
Where are you, girl from Rome?
Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Daddy. I see it right fucking there. How the fuck has he not put this in yet? I think I did. I mean, I can reload it again. We can try again. Maybe I'm supposed to speak to him first before I ask about the song?
Hey.
No, don't reload again.
I'll be right with you.
There's no Blink 182. I don't actually know many of their songs. I went to the concert at TwitchCon, but I didn't know many of their songs. Everyone I went with knew everything. But then again, Kylie, I want to point out, I'm lyrically a dumbass. Curse knows this.
Steph and Ryan are waiting
Sophia
on me.
knows this.
I'll go check in.
I'm super dog shit at lyrics.
Where are you,
Girl from Rome, where are you? Girl from Rome.
I'm still salty that Steph won the game.
Oh, we asked them first.
Hey, do you guys know a song that goes,
I'm glad that we're
Where
both
are
that person
you,
in a relationship. Yeah, I
girl from
fucking
Rome?
Sophia can sing everything.
Holy shit. Blast from the past. Alabaster Daydreams.
Alabaster Daydreams.
Gabe would put it on repeat just to mess with him. Got to the point where he couldn't stand to even hear it anymore.
So, what happened to it?
Eventually, Jed pulled it out of the jukebox and stashed it somewhere. You could ask him.
Sweet. Thanks.
Now we talk to him. Now we talk to him, right?
Hey, boss. Do the words Alabaster Daydreams mean anything to you?
Takes me years to know something by heart.
Like brother, like sister, huh? Fine. Guess it's been long enough. It's back behind the bar someplace.
Thanks. Did you trade out the quarters in the register yet?
That made me both happy and sad at the same time. Oh, that made me both happy and sad at the same time. But all right, let's fucking go. Alabaster Daydreams.
All right. let's hear this infamous song.
How do you put things in a jukebox? I got an achievement, baby! Earworm Squasher. This better be good.
Alabaster Daydreams. That's it. How the hell?
Don't worry about it.
Alabaster Daydreams.
Little fucking like stink eye she gave us? How the hell? Easy fucking pizza.
Okay, she's here. What's the plan?
Well, we have two plans actually. But we're still workshopping them.
Fuck it, workshopping?
What does workshopping mean exactly?
It means Ryan won't admit that my plan is perfect. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking.
Heavy choice right at the start.
Out on a date.
Wait, what?
And she's so into it. She doesn't notice one Ryan Lucan swiping her laptop. Ryan carries said laptop upstairs, acquiring damning evidence. Maybe Diane and I still hook up. Not important.
That's your plan? Oh my god, please tell me you have something better.
I do. Now to be clear, it's the same plan. Except, I'm the distraction.
These guys are fucking idiots!
Look, Steph, I don't even think she's gay, alright? She's probably into the rugged mountain.
These guys are
type.
fucking idiots!
All the transplants are.
Do you guys hear this?
I'm genuinely worried that these were the best ideas you had.
What? It's a simple plan, literally 2 steps. You just need to choose the hotter distraction.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
You're the only tiebreaker we have.
I get where this is going. I get it now. I get it. I can choose Ryan or Steph. I get it. And this is gonna be a little hint that maybe our character likes one of these two. Hey, Tokyo, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome on in to the stream. Okay, I get it. In Life is Strange 1, I chose Chloe over the other dude. Forgot his name. Because Chloe, honestly, was goated from the start. Other dude, not so much. But in this one, it's a little bit harder to choose, I think. Steph is also really, really cool. But Ryan is also kind of a badass. And he's also really cool. And they've had good options as well. Is this even a choice? But no, Ryan... I would choose Steph normally by default like that. But Ryan's kind of a cool dude. But you know what? Actually, no, it's not a fucking option. Gabe and Ryan were like best friends. I wouldn't even disrespect his honor like that. Nope, I'm choosing Steph.
Let's go with Steph.
Porque no los dos? However, I'm gay. Pick Steph.
DJ. No brainer.
Thank you for the love and checking out my art. No. Your shit looks really cool, honestly. I was digging it. I didn't even know how you approach it. The negative space and all that. I'm really curious.
We don't even know if she has anything worth stealing yet. I'm just gonna try talking to her. Maybe I can get her worked up and read her emotions.
We have a fucking superpower! I forgot. Oh, Ryan's a little bit... Oh my god. We made Ryan a little bit sad. Ryan's a little sad.
Your usual. Thanks, Alex.
Dude, I feel like a dickhead.
What's the best way to rile her up?
Alright, no, this is too loaded right now. I need to go pee. What the fuck are these options? I'll be right back. What the fuck? I know you're responsible. In a world without you. I like that. I got you. Some music playing in the background as well. No, please. It's very unique. I really like it. I'm not sure if I've seen much art like that before. Is it possible that it exists? Sure. But so, you know what? Because of that, I know what I'm choosing. I know what I'm choosing. Also, I just realized, of the 3 Life is Strange games, which one would be the most powerful, like most OP? The time control, time rewind, time skip, not time skip, time rewind, the telekinesis, or this telepathic bullshit. Which was most useful? All right, I know you're responsible.
I know Typhon's responsible for my brother's death. I don't know how, and I don't know why yet, but I will find out.
Alex, I can assure you that Typhon is committed to a full and open investigation.
Pausing real quick, because it's valid. Time control is OP. You could save/load. Very OP. Especially for a gameplay perspective, because I can just go back and fucking rewind the damn thing. But I feel like you wouldn't notice the impact of it. Like, if you were a superhero, MCU superhero, and your power is time control, you would already do something. People wouldn't know a thing about it. Basically, right? Which is kind of cool, I guess. It could be like the Batman of superheroes in a way where you go unrecognized, undeserved.
To find those responsible and hold them accountable just as much.
But it is pretty fucking broken.
That's
though.
the truth.
Having the Force would be broken as well. But I feel like its influence are more direct.
Like Mac, but let's see what she's really feeling.
So being an empath, you can read minds. What would reading minds be useful for? I mean, we'll find out. That's why we're playing this game. Oh, she's furious. She's furious.
And I'm sick of taking the heat for this company.
She's pissed. If I can stoke her anger at Typhon, maybe I can find out more.
Okay, we're gonna play the Tsundere effect. Hey, yo! The Black Lantern by Ethan Lambert. Cool. People rage, manipulating people.
Is that your niece and nephew? They must be proud.
Manipulating people would be broken,
Woman for an aunt.
but it's still a lot of work, I feel like.
They do look up to me. I try to be the best role model I can.
But the impact you have with manipulating people can go a long way. But I feel like it's more like a villain type role. Telekinesis, your impact is more directly obvious. It's like, holy shit, you just blew up a bus in front of me by lifting it in the sky.
Do you belong to a church around here?
Oh, no.
I don't.
Honestly, I'm sort of lapsed with all that.
I think the most OP would be time. I think time would be the most OP. But manipulating,
Do you
I think it would come second.
enough
Because you
napkins for the
can
table?
change a lot of
Yeah.
things
I'm fine, thanks.
with manipulating. But then again, if you had the power of telekinesis, you could just threaten someone and be like, "Bring world peace, bitch." It'd be forced, which wouldn't really be peace at all, but you could. Who would stop you?
He's the best.
Manipulating is kind of busted in that context. You can, like, for example, world leaders. Hey guys, have you guys considered just being nice to each other?
To rile Diana. Good beer?
Yep.
Hyphen Mining Company. Integrity to our very core. It's time to change your life. Join the ever-growing ranks of world leader in excavation, mining, and distribution. We are hiring in both field and office positions, including team managers and directors. We're looking to build relationships with our communities, and that means giving you lifelong career opportunities that you won't find anywhere else. But how's that pay though? How that pay though?
I can't even imagine going to confessional now. One more thing Typhon's taken from me.
Oh, I see. So I ask her about something, and then it changes.
I can't even imagine.
Okay, so when I saw the photo earlier, I should have fucking asked a question. I'm an idiot.
To our very core.
What? Oh, yeah. That's our motto.
It's a motto. I do feel bad for Diane, though. I know she's going through the shit.
Will push Diane's emotions.
Can you imagine being a government operative with mind-reading powers? You'd be fucking broken. You would be a spy, and then you're like, oh, this guy knows I'm a spy. I'm out. You wouldn't be able to do that. No one would even suspect you're a spy, because you'd be able to manipulate your way into that position in the first place.
Things to get Diane really emotional.
Interesting.
Diane seems really put together, but inside, she's just as much a mess as the rest of us.
Guarantee everyone inside is just a fucking mess.
Ethan's a great artist, isn't he?
He sure is. Integrity. Unless it gets in the way of profit, then fuck integrity.
Her empath abilities are quite OP.
Look, I know you're not a bad person. But my brother is dead.
Choices. Don't say you. Don't say you.
How does that make you feel?
Dude.
I actually want to know.
Alex,
Typhon is doing everything we can to address the situation. That's the truth. Okay?
All right. That's the emotion I was looking for. Time to explore Diane's anger about Typhon.
I don't think it was right for her to blame her specifically. Technically, I know we technically went that route in the first place when it's like, I know you're responsible. I know we said that, but I don't think that's productive in getting info. Are we going in her mind? She does the Max thing. Fuck.
Okay, time to find out what Diane is really hiding.
I forgot that was an emote. Alright, let's look at the phone. Let's see what you got in here. Does this say I love DC?
Well, as I say in the report, there's a small chance that debris from the detonation could...
It's a simple question.
It falls within the tolerable limits.
I see where this is fucking going. Oh, that's fucked up.
Does it fall within the tolerable limits?
I'm replaying that because I want to process that again.
As I say in the report, there's a small chance that debris from the detonation could...
It's a simple question.
It's not dangerous enough.
Tolerable limits. Typhon brought me here, and look where it got me. Damn them all.
Wait, there's something else.
I didn't join Typhon to cover up a murder. If they try to pin this on me, I'll have everything I need to fight back.
Holy shit. She must have evidence on the USB stick. Oh, looks like
what the fuck?
After all.
Okay, that's huge. This empath power broken. Low key. I didn't even think about it like in this regard. You're an empath? Name every feeling. Prove it. You missed out on ire.
Hey.
Are they actually doing the plan?
Oh, hey Steph. How are you? So, what's your deal? I'm sorry? Are you single? Semi-single? Taken, but still down to get drunk and make out? Whoa. Was not expecting that at all. Am I blushing? I feel like I'm blushing.
Yeah, I could see your cheeks from space.
Super. Real good luck for me.
We got her ass.
I'm so flattered. I don't even know what to say. Hey, no sweat. Just think
She
about
just
it.
did that.
Get back to me.
Misdirection. The classic.
See ya.
Wait. Yeah, fucking backwards. Don't fucking mind me. I'm a fucking idiot, dude. Oh my god.
Holy shit, that was epic! Totally insane!
My heart is pounding.
Steph, there's a very real chance
That caused psychic damage. I'm so sorry.
in Diane.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Hilarious. Was that hilarious? It kind of was. It was kind of funny. I don't think it was really scary.
You guys, oh, that was hilarious. Oh my god. I hope this was worth it.
Though they really shouldn't just all be gathered up around her. That's important evidence.
Password protected. Guess I'm not surprised.
I'll bring this to Riley. See if she's willing to help. She's a whiz at computer stuff.
Can you hack into something that's password protected by being a computer whiz? Is that a thing? I don't know if that's a thing or not. And I feel like that's a little bit bullshit and movies like to do it a lot. Not 100% sure on that though.
In the meantime,
I need to watch more
we
Mr.
have a lot
Robot.
to do. Grab your hat and meet me at the park.
Me to remember things.
And don't forget your guitar, okay?
Keep that.
One question. When the LARP's over, can I keep the hat?
I'd say that all depends on how you do.
Damn. Gauntlet thrown.
It's possible with the right illegal programs. So you could actually
Did you finish the thing?
crack a password.
Yeah, barely. It took me all night. I haven't carved like that in ages.
Fair enough.
All right. I need to grab my guitar and the hat that Steph got.
Like a soft reset without data loss. I mean, that's what it had to be, because you don't figure out the password unless the person's like an idiot and does like password for their password. But like a soft reset without losing data, I think makes sense. Not that I'm a hacker or anything.
A household gift from Eleanor. She said Gabe loved these little dudes. No sunglasses, though. Life in Haven would be a lot worse without these two weirdos.
Valid. Let's see the
I don't even know
shrine.
if I'm doing this right, but it felt like I had to do something.
My mom made a fucking joke recently about how I need to make a shrine for her when she dies. And I'm like, yeah, sure, I will. But like, shut up. You're young.
Steph bought this for me as a gag.
Don't know why she said that.
I kind of developed a taste for it.
Yeah, it really annoyed me. It was like during Lunar's New Year. I don't know why she said that, but she did. I hate it when parents do that shit.
I haven't beat Steph a single time. That just means I'm overdue for
And she already knows like
right?
how badly I take death in general.
Ducky's gift to me for finding his
Considering
boots.
it's
It's
my life.
It's a unique expression.
No, don't stress too much about it, Tally. Take your time. I know like in Asian traditions, you're supposed to do it like right away. Because it's like part of the like going on tradition, but like honestly just go about at your own pace. Yeah, the constant reminder as well. Like it'd be rough. I don't blame you.
I feel like I kept the hat.
Oh, I need to check up on someone recently
Only one
actually.
way to find out.
You just reminded me I need to check up on someone. Open. What's in the chest?
There it is. Steph knows how to LARP on a budget. I hope Ethan likes it. Half person, half dump truck. I feel you. Yeah, I don't need to know what that was for. Another one of Gabe's hidden cans. Dork.
He is a fucking dork, isn't he?
Oh shit.
What did she mean by that? Hey, yo.
The feather on the hat must have fallen off. Maybe I can find it. Gabe's last effects from the coroner.
When I say I fucking hate winter, that's a big part of it, Tally.
I've been avoiding looking.
I don't mind it being cold. Like I can sometimes sleep with the window a bit open, and just it's rough on me.
You can take the kid out of juvie.
You can't take the juvie out of the kid.
Oh.
You're hot. Hurry up and finish your shift. Love, Char.
One match left.
Don't give up.
I don't know why, but this must have been really special.
So he quit smoking. You know what? Respect.
Never know
Respect
when you'll
that.
need a light. I'm not giving up yet.
But no, I understand, Tally. Definitely take things at your own pace, bro. And obviously, my DMs are always open. You know that more than most.
For details.
Oh, I found the feather. You're hot. Yeah, our brother apparently was hot.
I don't even know if I'm doing this right, but
Not us
it
specifically.
felt like I found some really cute photos of Gabe and Ethan on this thing. I know this is Ethan's copy, but
The sword of
73,
dust
and I'm
and
not stopping.
daylight. Has she been playing this game? To-do list.
We're one step closer now.
Totally not corporate sabotage to-do list. Okay. Figure out Diane's deal. Maybe read her. Alex working on it. Blah blah blah. Check public records for Typhon accident reports. Legal way to file a complaint with Typhon. Okay. Turns out corporate law is complicated. No shit. All three dudes gave a crazy high pass. Private investigator pass. Price. Sorry. Research other Typhon sites in U.S. abroad. Spy on minor. When I said spy on minors, I realized how sus that sounds. Spy on minors in the Black Lantern. Alex. That's so fucking silly. Do you want me to get fired? No. Use the dark web to find an elite hacker. Couldn't figure out the dark web. Got her. Take a break to watch Nightmare on Elm Street. Done, and loved it. Request copy of... So they've been hanging out. They've been... Some time has passed since the last chapter. How does Haven feel about Typhon? Radio poll. Interesting. Some time has passed.
Steph, I will murder you.
So we'd be willing to play at our next open mic. I wager it really helped loosen folks up and break the ice. Can you make it? Fucking got him.
Wish I'd taken Steph's advice. Ugh.
I mean, only eat one of these at a time. Are these fucking... They're gummies. They're gummies, if you know what I mean. They are gummies.
Ducky's gift to me for finding his booze. It
was getting dicey, but the snow cone weather lightened my mood. Because it's gonna be cold as heck. We better get... No, we had a snowstorm recently, which has been kind of cool. Though a little bit afterwards, we also got the ice, which is a lot less cool. But it is what it is. All right, Kings of Leon. Say fucking less. That sounds... Why not? That sounds appropriate. Oh, so we're really just gonna sit here and vibe to it.
It's hard to say where Gabe
All right.
ends and I begin. His job, his apartment, his life here. If there is a seam somewhere, I see it most in Steph and Ryan. In my mind, when we're all together, I can imagine him in my place, and I can watch the scene unfold like a spectator for a life I barely knew. Or, if I choose instead, I can forget about Gabe.
He's such an idiot. Fucking dork.
Probably. But Steph and Ryan care about me. For my own sake. For no other reason. I think I know which one Gabe would prefer.
Honestly, what you said is kind of interesting. With the death of Gabe, her life really started becoming its own thing. Like, it just started a new place out of juvie or whatever the fuck she was in. It wasn't juvie, it was something else. Interesting. I know she went to juvie before, but I don't think she was in juvie when she was leaving. I think she's like at a psych ward or something. But what she says there is quite interesting. All right, look.
That key will finally reveal your secret.
Unlock the drawer. Drawer? Drawer? How do you guys say it? Drawer? 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 I feel like that's one of those words that people just kind of say out of habit, but they never realize how they say it, and it sounds kind of weird. Make shit right list. Find Alex. Find owner of stolen Chevy. Reimburse Jed for free rent. Return Ernesto's Walkman. Donate to the Lawrence Detention Center. Apologize to Vic. I read this as new bang for Kevin, and I was confused for a second, but it's new bong for Kevin. Apologize to Zoe. Really apologize to Katya this time. Apologize to Ira, and tell him you like his remixes.
That's a long list.
Apologize.
He would have gotten through it.
To Oscar. Pay Mr. Walbeck for the Chevy. Apologize to that guy from the mall. Right. Thank you letter to Lenny. Mail check to Mrs. Franks for the broken window. What? She moved to Maryland? Track her down. Forgive Dad. Write to Mrs. Henry at Buckman High and tell her she was right. Drawer. Nice hat. It is a nice hat.
Gabe. Still finding ways to break my heart, huh?
And jar. Open the jar over there. Jar.
Wow. Steph is a rock star for putting this together. Ethan is gonna flip.
Welcome, travelers. Today, Thanor the Monster Slayer visits the troubled Stoneborn, capital city of the Collins. Can he dispatch the ravenous monster horde and save the kingdom? A LARP live action role play. I know what a LARP is. Safety rules. We're here to have fun. Don't hit too hard. Go for arms, legs, torso, back, sides, front, heads, soft spots, and necks. Avoid hands, feet, neck, head. Oh, sorry, never mind. Axe stuff out. If you get hit, perform a grunt or injury. Thank you so much for doing this. It means a lot to Steph. Alwyn, half-elf. LARP is sus indeed. Hey, daddy. What's up, Em? How are you doing, dude? I think this is us. I don't remember. But we're half-elf. We're a bard. We're level 1 with 10 hit points. Untuned chord, 1 damage. Distortion field, 1 sound damage over next 2 turns. We do 1 damage over 2 turns. Oh, that's cringe. Stirring Hymn. Doubles Thanor's next attack. After an unusual encounter with a direwolf swallowing her loot, Alwyn the Bard has been a constant companion to Thanor the Monster Slayer. 2 have endured many trials and have recently found themselves answering a call for heroes in the city of Stoneborn. I'm not sure if any of this info will be needed for later on, but I'm reading for now just in case. Sleepy at 5, woke up at 7. Like, you slept for 14 hours or you slept for 2 hours? Thanor, human. Class warrior, level 1, health point 10. Stab, 2 damage. Burning blade, 1 damage plus 1 fire damage over next 2 turns. Why not just do a regular stab? Shield of Courage protects Thanor from next attack. Backstory, Thanor the Monster Slayer is the most famous hero of the Outerway Peninsula. Even the smallest child knows how he once felled a valley bear with empty hands and hurled the spear into the breast. Not a beast. I didn't know what I said. I said breast. The breast of a wraith mid-flight. Entire cities have been saved from the scourges of darkness thanks to Thanor's unrivaled strength. Hey, how you doing? Hitsuga, can't talk right now, but I'm just letting you know I'm lurking because I'm in a college English Zoom call lecture. Nice. Can you tell the Zoom call English class lecture that I said hello? Like, tell them Hitsuga said hello. Nothing else. Don't go into it. Don't go deep into it. It's kind of cringe, but let me know if you actually do it. The breast? Yeah, the breast. All right, let's see. Try to remember this map. We have Goldweather's Tavern, the King's Road, the Dire Wolf Den, the Magic Emporium. All that shit is up top. Across from the Magic Emporium is the Spider Whiff Alley, Danger Swamp Troll, Rivers to Swallow, and His Majesty Summer Castle. This is the fucking pier. This is where we live. This is the little lake area, right? This is the bar that we're in right now. The King's Road, the main road, Magic Emporium. Okay. So this is the little not botanical. The plant shop, I'm gonna say, because I don't remember the term for it. The park. Okay, yeah. I got it. Cool beans. I'll remember that.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails
will go out on a date. Ding.
Like what happened? I wanted donuts before the event, but the donut shop closed.
How are you?
And then I just went like with someone too.
Is that a Markiplier VIP
Please,
badge?
I don't wanna go alone. And
You met Markiplier? That's dope as fuck. Nani? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, we're playing Life is Strange Colors, True Colors, where the main character is an empath, but really she's a telepath. Also, hey Greyhounds, nice to see you. Buns, hello, how are you, Dork? Hi, how are you? Junehawk, hello, how are you doing? Okay, Junehawk, I need to tell you this, and I humbly apologize for ever thinking about this, but Hawk rhymes with cock. You know? And whenever I hear or see your name and I say it out loud, and I say Junehawk, I always want to say nice cock. Just because it rhymes. And I'm so fucking sorry. In advance. I'm telling you that now. Because I see you around a lot, and I obviously hang, and it's a little bit sus, but I just had to fucking say that. Dogfish, hello, welcome. Joe, hello. Oh my god, you stream? Neat. No, I don't stream. A dork? It couldn't be me because I don't stream. But Buns, you stream. You're a dork.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
Why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar
would happen. How strange.
Anyways, welcome
stranger. I didn't meet him, but I was given it when I went to a show. Oh, that's great. Yes, call him June Cock. I'll allow it. Nice cock. I don't know why. And every single time I see her, I think it's because it's the 2-word combination, June and Hawk. And then I think of cock. Then I think of the fucking meme because it rhymes. I don't know why that happened. It just happens so much. But that's really cool though, Miana. I hope the show was nice. I have never been to a Markiplier show, and I've been watching Markiplier, I think, like back when he had like 5K subs, some shit like that. So it makes me really happy to see how much he's grown as a person. Though it also makes me feel like I need to do better in my content. It's good. You cried? You cried? Nani? That's wholesome. Greyhounds, thank you for following. If anyone didn't recognize, that is the actual voice actor from the Stanley Parable game. And I got him to do a little thing for me, like in 2020 or 2021. And I never used it until I came back to streaming again. So that's the actual voice actor. Hey. It was good. I cried because he's one of my favorite. He's great. Markimu, Markiplier, Iplier. I think as a person, I don't know him personally, obviously. But I think as a person, he kind of personifies the type of content creator that if I could become, I would want to become like him in both the aspects of creativity, what he does with his like random lore videos, the little story shorts he does. Thank you for the follow, Mad Metal Man. I appreciate that.
Peculiar would happen.
How strange. Anyways,
welcome, stranger.
He's kind of like the kind of content creator I would want to be. I would want to be the nice kind of person that he is. I want to be able to like do things for charity, because we've had plenty of talks about it before where I really want to do things for like mental health charities and all that all the time. So I think that'd be really cool. But then like his creativity, how much fun he has, he just plays whatever the fuck he wants and he's just like having a good time. Like his content really is the kind of shit I want to do. And then also it makes me want to do new types of content as well. So like he's a proper inspiration. I can see why he's one of your favorite YouTubers. The tour before the Rona hit, Pog. I wish I could go. I was dirt poor back then, and I'm still dirt poor today. Nothing has changed. But Mad Metal Man, thank you again for that follow. We are playing Life is Strange. True Colors. True Colors. It's called True Colors. And we're on chapter 3. So in case there's any spoilers or anything like that, and you guys are worried, please be advised, I guess. Yes. Thank you for shouting out. Yeah, no. I'm sorry I always say that. It's just so fun. What were you doing today? What were you up to?
Oh my gosh, he is
Yes.
super duper short.
Oh, it's the same clip.
Mm. Like what happened? I wanted donuts before the event, but the donut shop closed, and then I just went like with
How old is that clip? Or how recent is that clip?
One time, like, come, please, I don't want to go alone, and
I did hand cam stream for the first time. Is that today? That was today? That clip is recent? Like, today recent? I feel like these clips thingy, whenever they play a clip, it's either very recent or like centuries old, you know? Very cute hand stream today. That clip is recent. Yes, yesterday. Well, that was, it looks like you had a good stream then. I hope you had a good time. No, okay. Going on an off-topic branch here. I have been toxic. Low-key. In the chess chats. Out of every single game I've ever played, I think I've been the most toxic in chess. Well, that's what my mic sounds like. My mic is... Something's wrong with my mic, dude. Every single game I've ever played, chess is the one that makes me like want to type back and be like, fuck you. Okay. I don't know why. I really don't know why. I hate hearing my voice so much. Sorry. You know what? Sorry. Okay. Let me switch. I'm not toxic in video games. That's the thing that like surprises me. Like I played Valorant. I played Overwatch competitively. I get annoyed people being toxic a lot, and that's why I quit those games. Like competitively. But I'm rarely the toxic one. But in chess, I have actually been extremely toxic. Not like offensively toxic, but it just makes something about chess. All right. It's fine. I've seen a friend be like that too. I don't know why. I actually don't know why. I'm not going to play much of the volume, but I made this video way back when, 2 years ago. And it's a horror montage of old clips from... Let me I'll just do this clip because this clip's kind of goated. Let me know how that sounds. How does that sound? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
Bastard, damn it, come on!
Oh, you can't! Running in the 90s! Running in the 90s! No! This is scripted. This is fucking scripted. Don't let it get to you. It's scripted. So, like, the fucking text edits, right? You see the text edits? That's largely, I think, inspired by the old Markiplier, like, horror shorts that he used to do. Like, he used to have these horror montages himself. Which had, like, cool text. Like this. 7 years ago. And they had text stuff. Text edits. And, like, he would mess with the text for comedic effect. And I loved that idea. That when I made that one video, I actually went a bit further with it and had like different types of text, like it's spreading around. Because I mean that's part of the fun. Until I realized that I would try to edit the damn videos, and after every like 5 minutes, it would crash on me. I got so fucking pissed. It took me a year to finish that video. It took me a full year. I learned a lot with that video, but it took me a long ass time. So I love editing, but I hate editing. Essentially. And it has made me so lazy with doing content. Even though I know I can do it. I think that's the thing that sucks the most. I know I can do it. I'm just fucking lazy. And I hate those so much. I hate that so much. And I don't edit, you know, see, I wish I could be like that. I wish I could just record something, post it up. Just boom. You know? But I think, which doesn't make any sense considering who I am as a person, I think when it comes to things I touch or create specifically, I have a bit of a perfectionist vibe to it. Nothing else I do, I'm a perfectionist about. But if I'm like cooking, for example, or I'm making something, or I do art or something, I become a perfectionist. And I critique myself and I criticize myself so damn much. It's so annoying that I wish I could just tell myself to chill, but I don't. Speedrun, so it's a case of record and post. Even if it's a speedrun, I did a speedrun before. I did Sekiro speedruns. I didn't edit that. I didn't post that because I wanted to edit it. I wanted to enhance it, make it better. But I didn't. So I just let it go. Hey Johnny, what's up? How you doing? So like, it's my one big thing that I'm hoping I get better at. I've been asking people to clip more often, and I think if it's shorter clips, I could probably edit a short clip quickly, and that'd be easier. But it's a work in progress, honestly. It's so fucking difficult. It's so fucking difficult. Oh, Johnny, I was gonna go to the gym, and I was probably gonna meet you at the gym. There was no car. I couldn't go. So I decided to stream instead. Oh, buns. Yes, exactly. When you're so motivated and then it crashes 99 times back to back, losing hours of progress in the span of a minute, it pisses me off. Yeah, I understand in speedrunning, most people would want raw footage, which makes a lot of sense to me. I just don't know if I would have wanted that. Because I feel like I like challenging myself with content a lot of the times. Like, I made a Valorant aiming video, and honestly, I fucking hate that video. And it's one of the best videos I've done on the channel, but I hate it because it's so low quality. And it's such a personal pet peeve because I know I can increase the volume by like the quality level by like 100x if I really tried. And I just didn't. I just wanted to put something up because a friend asked for help. And it annoys me. Low-key. But that's besides the point. Lurk, I'ma eat and chill in the background. Keep pogging though. No, you pog away as well. You have a fantastic buns. Show me what you eat though. That's a requirement. If anyone ever lurks in this stream and they say they're gonna go eat, they have to show me what they eat. It's in the rules somewhere. If it's not, I'll put it in the rules. Pasta? No, I need to see it. I need to see it. There's a difference. You would have picked me up? Honestly, I probably could have. I didn't think about that. I was just like, fuck it. I'll just stream because I haven't streamed in a while. But I guess that's a good point. I could have just called you. Asked you to pick me up. Is it ugly? It's okay. We need to see it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We need to see it. Post it on Twitter. Then share it to everyone. Feel the pressure. Get dressed. Is that a whale? Is that a whale mustache? Oh, for sure I'm wearing the whale mustache. Low-key, it's kind of ugly, but like, it's a whale, 2 whales in the form of a mustache. I'm wearing that. It's ugly. And good luck. Good luck, buns. Good luck. Enjoy your lurk. Feel the pressure. I'm not in the game scene. Feel the pressure though.
On my first ride, at least Ryan had a good laugh about it.
But yeah, I'm gonna continue playing this. Chapter 3. We're in chapter 3. Go eat. Thank you for hanging out. Tally, could you shout out Miana and Bunsen once more for me, please? They're both good eggs. One of the more recent friends I've come across. Both of them are VTubers, but I've been finding really nice fucking VTubers recently, and that makes me happy.
One day, I'll stop being a freeloader. For now, I'm just grateful.
Jed is such a G, man. Alex, I appreciate your offer to start paying rent, Alex being us. Take a few months to fill your piggy bank first, and then we can talk. Jed has been looking out for us ever since our brother died. Honestly, he's a huge fucking G. Heck you, Nightbot. Thank you for shutting them out. I appreciate that, Tally. Yeah, thank you. Go enjoy your food. Same thing, Miana. If you're eating food, you know the rule. Can I go upstairs? Wait, is my high score still up here?
Best roommate I've ever had.
It's not. Fuck you too, game. Or is it? Can't tell. No worries, no worries. Just once you do find out, we gotta know. We gotta know. This game is so pretty, though. Having chicken noodles? That sounds good. I think later on I'll be eating some noodles. Or I'm eating boom. Boom what? I don't know. Boom ba hue, maybe? Or boom ryu, maybe? I do not know.
Yikes. This garden is looking gnarly. I haven't played for anyone else in years. That was a good night.
Man, the way she reminisces about her brother.
I wonder how many times
hits
Dave
home.
Stood up here and stared at these. Guessing it was more than 0.
Oh, wind spinner. That'd be kind of cool. But honestly, though, this view is fucking phenomenal. Imagine getting a property right here with this kind of view. Like, imagine. Kind of fucking nutty. Honestly. His warm soup and it's cold as heck here with the snow and ice. I assume fried rice. 5 million. Exactly. Like, this shit would be so worth so much, but because no one ever goes to live in these kind of places, there's probably a lot of, like, nature-esque, just, like, fucking beautiful-ass places to live. That aren't that crazy compared to, like, living in Cali or something where it's, like, expensive, but view depends. Weed.
Ugh, you need a lot of help, don't you?
Yeah, look at the weed. Get that weed. It is important. It brings out the good moments. You remember the good moments, and that's really important when you've just lost. So it's honestly really important.
Ugh, not much better.
How much better? But we took out the weeds, so it should be able to grow now, at least.
Maybe I can clean you up a bit.
All right, let's weed them out.
Maybe I can clean you up a
Wait,
bit.
before we weed them out, let's look at the bird.
Look,
before the
man,
bird.
If you want to live here, you need to do your own dishes.
Fucking love birds. I know birds are kind of weird. There's a lot of things birds do that, like, are sus. But I love birds. Alright. Plants. Look at. Are there any weeds on this side? Do I need to take out any weed? Oh.
So far, Ryan is the only one that uses this. Maybe I should just gift it to him.
Of course Ryan's the only guy that fucking uses it. I don't know why. It'd be him. But of course it's fucking him. Any weeds here? I see no weeds. Alright. That's basically the spot, right? We're not sitting down. Alright, go back downstairs. Great game. I fucking love this game. Ooh, I just messed up my stream deck. My bad, guys. Dandan kokoro hikarateku. Sono mabushii ekao ni. How would you handle a game that's excessively sad? Taking it step by step, I guess. That's all you can really do. For anything that's really sad.
I didn't even know what to say when Charlotte gave this to me. How do you
Oh, this is her tattoo, isn't it?
perfect gift?
That's kind of a dope tat. Okay, I think we can see it on her hand. She has it on her hand. Kind of right there, like the little mark on her hand. That's where it is.
I'm really glad my advice helped.
Thank you so much for your advice about signing this document. It really meant a lot to us. I made you a little something to show my gratitude. I hope you like it. All right, she got a check for our brother's death, but she was unsure whether or not to accept the check because it was hush money. It was basically hush money. But we told her that it's okay to accept it. We're still pursuing our investigation. Whether or not she accepts it or not doesn't change much about what happened. And if she accepts it, at least she can take care of her kid, do whatever she needs to, and then we'll do the investigation still, and we'll figure things out on our own. I saw a gameplay of a game called Bear's Restaurant. It's a very sad game. Like, I feel like when you play a game that's sad to the point the Game Grumps just kind of gave up on instead of finishing the game, it's fine. Like, the thing about sad content, right? If things really are really that sad, then it's okay to just take your time with it. There's no need to rush it. And I think oftentimes, especially with a lot of gamers in the modern world. Oh, I forgot to grab the fucking feather. We did everything else but grab the feather. Alright, what'd she say about it?
This feather separates the buskers from the bards.
But most people, when they play games, they won't give themselves the time to take and appreciate the thing slowly. And it's rough sometimes. Sometimes you need that time to, like, let things seep in. Like, when I played this game, episode 2 was hard. Or episode 1 was hard. I just needed some time.
Time to
honestly. Let's see how much. So it's been about half a month. It's been about half a month, it seems like, or almost a full month. So 3 weeks. I'll say 3 weeks. It's been about 3 weeks since our brother died in the game. Let me try talking to him. Be right there, hero. Ah, fuck. Okay, let's see. What does Riley got to say? Alright, this is where we left off. I've been had. Did you play Dust and Daylight? Didn't take you for a JRPG, girl? Yeah, me neither. I found it here and thought I'd give it a shot. Now I can't get enough. I thought I was playing single player only. You must have spirit guides turned on because I could see you wandering around this port of clouds. That's so cool. Is that a reference to the fucking Souls games? When you can see other characters doing shit? That's kind of cool. That's cool. Can we play sometime? I stuck with the big scorpion boss. I'd love to. Hey girl, thanks for the drink last night. Great to just unwind with you. You got it. Let's do it again. So they're becoming better friends. Ryan. Let's see. Where were we?
Moshi moshi.
Moshi moshi. Hi Snake. How are you? Need a break from all the late night research? Want to go mountain biking Saturday? Hurdling over dangerous terrain? So relaxing. You'll have fun, I promise. Okay, I'll try. Don't worry, we can replace the front wheel. My ass still hurts. You handle it like a champ. Short notice, but tonight is my annual viewing of this amazing nature documentary if you want to join. Amazingly, Steph is busy for the third year in a row. I'm detecting a pattern here. Is there a stuffy British dude narrating? The stuffiest. Right answer. I'm in. Who the fuck is Mac? Thanks for the help, Chen. Just remember I never told you anything. I'd risk more than my job just to talk to you. I hear you, Mac. Don't worry. Get some sleep. Easier said than done. Who the hell is Mac? I don't remember who Mac is. Hi. Not great, man, but at least I have the day off work today. And what about your good self? I'm doing alright. Today's going well. It's not nothing too crazy yet. But we're doing alright. We're just vibing, chilling. I'm trying to get back into streaming again. But I think what I'll do, stream earlier in the day, and then go to the gym at night. Because I often can't get a vehicle to go to the gym when I want. So I just flip the schedules around. Instead of streaming later at night, I stream earlier in the day. Boom. I finished Tokyo Ghoul. Oh god, what an anime. Oshiete, Oshiete, so no Shukumi wo. Boku no naka ni. Forgot the rest. Good idea, except it's 1 a.m. here. No, I feel it. It's late. I'm talking about, like, I was streaming around noon my time, which would be 7 hours ago. I think that'd be potentially better. Yes. How was it? Did you like Tokyo Ghoul? I remember the one thing I enjoyed the most about Tokyo Ghoul was the coffee guy. The fucking coffee he made. I don't drink coffee. I don't like the taste of coffee, but I love the smell of coffee. And I'm sure that coffee shop was phenomenal. Because I have just finished work. Yeah, so that's the idea. I'm thinking about streaming a bit earlier. And go to the gym later in the day anyways. Oh, take a nice deep breath, take a drink of water, and lay down on your side. Don't drive or do anything serious and it will pass. Oh, wait, she's giving us advice. Oh my god, we overdosed on gummies. Let me see. Oh yeah, we talked a lot with her. That sounds amazing. I love to. Can I bring anything? Just you, maybe wine. See you tonight. Hey again, I'm a little worn out. Any chance you could watch Ethan on Wednesday? Happy to. Can you pay me more of those lemon bars you made from last week? For sure. Do you want the recipe? Nah, I'd much rather earn them by hanging out with Ethan than actually having to cook. Good deal. Hi Alex, I'm so sorry that I have to cancel our girls' night. I'm not feeling great. No problem. Do you need anything? I'm okay, thanks though. Try. How many of the gummies is too many gummies? Oh, sweetie, try and relax. Can you tell me how you had? How worried would you be if I said 5 gummies? Did you have something else with them? Alcohol? Other medication? Just snacks? Take a nice deep breath, take a drink of water, and lie down on your side. Don't drive or do anything serious, and it will pass. She got high as hell. You had a little more than the normal dose, but nothing dangerous. Okay, thank you. Did I ever tell you that I think you are so beautiful? Thank you. Just put your phone down and close your eyes. Hey, those texts last night was totally just a test. Did I pass? Flying colors. Ironically, flying colors are also what I see when I close my eyes today. Okay, I get it. Yeah, the coffee seemed lovely. I love Kaneki as a character. He's currently my look inspo for the year. The last episode, but well groomed, obviously. I need to see him again in the last episode. Let me pull him up. Oh shit, yo. Oh shit, yo. Kaneki, you're a dork. You know what? That's kind of valid. He was looking kind of fit. He had the nice black, like, slim fit shirt on. That's valid. Just for the real quick image. I'm talking about this one right here. Let's see. Scroll up. What were these dorks talking about? I guess I'm hosting then. You two free tonight for more scheming? Sounds good. I'm down. So these guys have just been hanging out basically. We're not driving to Denver, break into a high secure corporate office. Boo. But if we did, could I be the getaway driver? Sure. But Steph, your licensing sport, how do you even know that? Because he's a big loser, with a valid license. You guys are killing me. The plan is to go. Distract. Okay. So they're absolute dorks. How do I back off? There we go. All right, we got the feather. It's time to LARP. We're gonna LARP away. I got to go. Got work in a couple hours. Have a good stream. No worries, Johnny. You take care. I will probably be streaming for like another 2 hours or so. Then I'll go to the gym. Oh, my hair like this guy color-wise? Let me see. I want to see. Flashbang! It's a dope color. Honestly. It is quite the color. I've always thought about dyeing my hair that color, actually. But I just never did. Now I'm too lazy to. I don't think I ever will. Maybe for like fun. For like a charity thing maybe one day. That'd be really cool.
Hey.
I don't need, like, cheering up or whatever.
Okay, dude.
Okay. So, maybe this wasn't the most subtle idea, but... I'd be pretty bummed if I didn't get to play my first LARP with you.
I do want to do this. It's just...
They're going to a LARP. She's a bard, I think.
Everyone's been working so hard. And if I'm not happy, they'll all be disappointed.
Ethan, it'll be okay, man. You're gonna... Alright. Use your empath powers.
Must be weird.
Your telepath powers.
Having a bunch of adults pressuring you to dress up in a costume and act like you're having fun.
Push Ethan in the water.
Yeah. Especially my mom. She always looks so... sad. 'Cause I'm, like, bummed out. But I can't just pretend.
That's valid. I know a lot of adults kind of hide how they feel. But kids shouldn't. People shouldn't have to hide their emotions and like bottle them up all the time. But as we grow older, it just becomes the default. And it's kind of sad sometimes. But I get it. I do get it. But for him, just let it loose, bro.
So, don't pretend.
Yeah, don't pretend. Just be yourself, man.
Just be yourself. Or yourself with a foam sword and a funny hat.
But what if I'm still, you know, not having fun?
Then I'll make sure you're having fun.
Then don't. That's fine, too. No one will be disappointed in you for being you.
All right.
Alex hitting the quotes. And you know what? We say that.
You have to help me.
Of course.
We say what we say, but then it's our job to make him have fun. And then when he has fun, he grows as a person. Which, fuck it. We can do that, and that'll be dope. Is that Jed? Oh my god.
Are the monster slayer. Thanks to the gods and all the heavens you've come. I am in desperate need of a great hero. Could you be the one? Please tell me of your exploits.
Jed is dope. He's actual fucking G.
Maybe my bard can sing something about me.
Okay, this is where we looked at the thing. So let's see. Let's see if you remember anything. Ogres.
A horde of ogres. That's a lot. Thanor slew them with a single shot.
My goodness.
That's it?
So, you must be Thanor's bard.
That's it?
always, whose songs have magical powers.
I thought you were gonna sing like an entire song.
It sounds like you are exactly
It's the Burger
heroes I
King.
need.
It is the Burger King. Play
My name is
Wonderwall.
King Tabor.
You both typed at the same time.
The age of monsters has come upon my kingdom. Horrible creatures stalk the streets. My people live in constant fear. But there's hope. An ancient prophecy describes 3 mysterious gems, known as soul jewels, that can save us all. I need you to go search the kingdom, survive whatever's out there, and bring me back those jewels. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yes.
Good. Then you must go, now. My people are
Yeah, he's just waiting. You better say your majesty, you little shit.
counting on you.
Should we start with the main road?
Okay.
Time to find some jewels.
I can show you some
You're
jewels.
seriously Alwyn?
Don't you recognize me?
Oh. Yeah. Of course.
It's been a long time since Carneris.
Exactly.
Those were good times, huh? Except for the spiders.
Yeah.
So she's actually LARPing already. That's kind of cool. All right,
Gotta
look.
say, Jed's king voice is pretty convincing.
It's like he's a voice actor or something.
Find the 3 jewels. Time is of the essence.
Right. We're on it.
I'll have an extra large double bacon cheeseburger meal, please. That sounds so good, actually, right now. Overthrown King Tabor, drown in the river, become Burger Queen.
Oh.
All right, let's see what you're thinking.
Alex really saved the day. Gabe would be proud.
Thanks, Jed.
Man, Jed is such a good guy, man. Holy fucking shit. Jed is dope. Like, actually dope. I was worried about him at the start. Not sure what type of person he would become. But honestly, Jed is phenomenal. I fucking love Jed. So we actually get to explore.
What do you think the jewels are for?
Fucking magic
Maybe
rituals.
some kind of magic ritual that protects the whole kingdom.
Does King Tabor know magic?
I guess we'll find out.
Fair enough. Very valid. Alright, we're looking for jewels. I'm not sure how far we're supposed to travel. Do you guys hear like the music? It reminds me of RuneScape. I was very close to order a good cheeseburger yesterday, but then I was like, oh, but they expensive.
Quest feels like
That was
jewels
me.
could be anywhere.
That was fucking me. Like 2 days ago. I'm like, I want to order a cheeseburger. I looked on it and I was like, you know what? That ramen looking pretty good right now. That was actually me when I saw the fucking price tag. Lit? Yeah, the music? It's some RuneScape music. So sad. It is sad. So the jewels are in the park. Gotcha. Oh, he's just running around. He's not following me. What? You're blocking me. Oi, Thanor, the monster slayer. Move! Let's see. Hold up. Slight adjustment. There we go. If I was a magic jewel, where would I be? And no, Luna, I understand. It is sad. I just want to be able to eat a meal properly in peace and be happy. Smile, Destiny. A bench and a wrench. Sat on a wench. That made no sense. Okay, I'm supposed to find this damn music sheet, but like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not finding shit. The guitar strap is gonna break. It's made out of leather, you silly. It's never gonna snap.
We should probably explore beyond the park.
How? I can't go beyond the park. Wait, who the hell is that? Did I somehow completely miss this? Oh, look, it's a scroll.
Is that a scroll of paper?
Take it. Scroll of Healing. Restores you and your allies to full health. Removes all negative status effects. May only be used once.
What is that?
It's a magic scroll we can use in fights.
Oh, awesome. We should find as many as we can.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, LARPing would be so much fun. Thinking about it, like, as a kid, I didn't have anyone to, like, hang out with. But the idea of just, like, it would be really fun, I think.
Excuse me.
I had no friends. I still have no friends.
Okay.
What the fuck? I'm kidding.
Shit, what do we do?
I'm just trying to protect my friends. I need to be alone because I'm a lone wolf. Wait. Is it actual gaming? Are we actually gonna game? Hold up. Okay. No. Back. Alex. Magic.
Stirring him. Double Thanor's next attack.
Alright, Ethan. Nah, fuck your shield of courage. Burning blade that shit.
Blade. 2 damage, and you're on fire for the next 2 turns.
Ah! 2 damage.
2 damage?
I'm still on fire.
Alright, Alex. What does distortion field do? It does damage?
Distortion field. 1 sound damage for the next 2 turns.
Alright, Ethan. Stab his ass!
2 damage.
Get shat on! Not in my house! He dropped loot! Wait, this would be so much fun!
Oh, cool. I learned a magic attack.
1 damage to allies? Better be nice to Thanor.
Fire blast. Plus 3 damage to enemies, plus 1 damage to ally. May only be used once per battle only.
Let's keep going.
Can I teabag?
This key is for.
Oh, woo! His... Okay. Oh, I didn't look at the text. Arrived in the night, transforming an empty storefront to stocked magic supply shop. What the hell? There's a magic shop now? We'll be closed to regular business this afternoon in order to participate in the Steph Gingrich's live action game. I knew that. I was testing you. Oh my god.
Wow.
Alright, this is important.
Typhon officially clears Typhon of any wrongdoing in death of local man at the hands of Typhon explosions.
Okay, so basically it's ruled as an accident. Gabe Chen, Mr. Chen's death has been officially ruled an accident. However, our investigation remains open, and we encourage any members of the community who might have valuable information to step forward and share it with us. Our goal now is to gain a comprehensive understanding of the events that led to Mr. Chen's death and to prevent further harm from befalling anyone in our community in the future. I have my theory. 2v1, it wasn't fair. No, Kylie, come to the wedding, please. burned. Yeah, let's go. Easy peasy. I have a theory, and I think the call went through, shit went down, and then they were like, well, the executives were like calling down, and they were like, okay, what are the odds that someone's gonna get hurt? And it was like a low enough percentage, and they were like, okay, fuck it, do it then. Like, what's your problem? And they did it. And then someone died. Yeah. Love to lick boots. Go back to your safe space. This is actually Twitter. What the fuck? Accident. Scare quotes. You know the biggest realization I had recently? And I figured this out recently because on Twitter someone said that Vietnam was not Asia. And it was like some sort of tweet chain thing. And it made me realize that like everyone uses Twitter, right? And that includes the people that failed classes like geography and stuff. And when that like clicked for me, all of a sudden it just like, oh, I get it. I get it now. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I get it. It never occurred to me, but now I understand. Now I understand. Sometimes people say the most outlandish, ridiculous things, like there's no issue at all, and they're adamant about it. But then I remember that specific thing, and I'm like, you know what? I get it. I get it now. People making threads about everything. They really do. And I saw that. I was like, what the fuck? How is Vietnam not Asia? But whatever. I just thought it was crazy. And that comment in the game just reminded me a little bit.
So many memories of Gabe I didn't get to make.
Thank you everyone who attended the Gabe Chen Memorial Service, and a special show of gratitude to those who spoke. I think we did Gabe proud. Do you remember that thing he used to do when he'd get choked up because he was too embarrassed to admit it? I haven't cried since I was like 14. It's allergies. Don't look at me. Gonna miss him a lot. Same. Yeah. Oh my god. We are open. We know a lot of you have floral needs in the ramp up to the spring festival. Blah 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 blah. They're open. Attention, Monster Hunter. This appears to be results of some sort of extra dimensional rift opening up and spilling another universe florist into our world. The Magpie Emporium will investigate. I'm glad you're having fun, honey. She sounds like such a... She sounds like the type of grandma you would love. Yeah, that's the thing that also blows my mind. We live in a day where information is just readily available. There's a lot of misinformation here and there. But to avoid that, you can just check other sources on the specific topic and kind of compare and contrast sources like, they teach you in school. But people don't do that. They don't. Instead, they just look at headlines and then they look to the comments and they see what people say in the comments, not reading the actual article, and then they form their opinions based on the comments. Sometimes they don't even look, like if it's a video, sometimes they won't even watch the video. They just go straight to the comments. And when I realized that's what a lot of people do, my understanding of how crazy Twitter gets started slowly clicking. I'm like, I see. I get it. Good morning, Haven Springs. The famous rose cart has been polished up and stocked with our finest. You can find it in the Peak Park at sundown. Pick up one and present to your spring festival sweetheart. Are we going to give a certain someone a flower later on in the game? Nobody's ever given me a rose at the spring festival. Don't worry, nobody's ever given Ryan one either. Ha ha, we'll see who's laughing tonight. Me at you. Yeah, probably. Dude, it's no fun picking if you're just going to admit defeat. Valid. Larp volunteers, some of you still haven't synced up with me about your characters. Cutting it a little close here, buds. Hit me up. To Stephanie, I've written an extensive backstory for my character, spotting the sections by Wood. I don't know how to say his name, unfortunately. Chang'en's Journey to the West, Monkey King. However, whenever I try to include it in the application, I receive an error message to the fact that I've exceeded character limits. Well, I know what I'm doing with my afternoon. Can you drop off a copy of the shop? On my way. All right, Ducky. Hyphen mining. This poster has disabled replies. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to fucking know. Wait, hold up. Reminder to all Haven residents that Typhon Mining will be setting off charges tonight at 5 p.m. Please ensure designated danger zones are clear. Call our 24-hour safety line with any questions or concern. They're literally just covering their asses.
Best job I've ever had. Not that the competition is super fierce.
Holy shit. This is the gem they close to. Right, they're close to hang out with us. This is about the LARP. I got plans for you, kid. Cool. And then lastly, we got the message. Hey, I've decided to close my portrait commissions for the time being. I need to work through my backlog. Sorry to disappoint. Take all the time you need. Nuts. No, I shouldn't have put this off. Get fucked, Josh. Josh Hopkins. He wants to do a commission, but he didn't look fast enough. And then Riley sent us a message.
Thank her in person.
Wait, did she get the password? Hey, I made Ryan tell me what this USB is for. He was being vague for my own protection. Oh. Don't worry, I'm gonna try my best to get you access. Oh my god. No guarantees, depends on how good the password is. Thank you so much for even trying. We weren't sure if you would. Well, you deserve the truth. Typhon's obviously hiding something. Mac's still scared to death of them. And it's to be the shop if you need anything. I really appreciate it. Okay, so Riley is actually looking into it for us. Cool beans.
Sorry, Ryan. It was self-defense. How do we know for sure it's dead? Should we tickle it?
Stop it. Be serious.
Stop it, you idiot. How dare you?
Huh. Did Ethan drop this?
Ethan? Did you drop $1? Is he just gonna lay there the entire time? That's a jester. But they have a jester out and about. Out in a boot. Let's check the bench on the other side. Alright, we're looking for three crystals, 3 gems in our LARP session. Can't go there.
Looks like the Black Lantern is part of the LARP.
For within that tavern, it is quite gruesome.
Alright, fuck you. A scroll. I fucking knew I would find something. Let's go.
It's soggy if I leave it there.
You and your allies get an extra turn. May only be used once. Watch me beat this without using a scroll, because I'm saving it for like a boss fight. And I never use it. I want to read your thoughts.
I can't remember the last time I had this much fun.
That makes 2 of us.
Writer boyfriend. Who's the boyfriend of?
Let's hear your riddle.
There are 3, it is said, heroes long dead, fashioned into soul jewels, blue, violet, red. What are their names? Do not be misled.
How are we supposed to know that?
Ethan?
Maybe we can look for some clues.
This riddle sucks.
I know this guy. He's one of Steph's co-workers. I would gladly work at a place called Gullweather's Tavern.
They changed the thing. Yeah, they're hanging out. That's kind of cool. Appointment slip.
Looks like you dropped something, Diane.
For Diane Jacobs, every Tuesday, 10 a.m.
Looks like you dropped something, Diane.
Western Slope Behavioral Health Center.
Looks like the Black Lantern is part of the LARP. Whoa. What's that about?
Honestly, that's an impressive blood spray pattern. Pretty cool. Alright, this is a hero, right?
Aren't I supposed to be the one teaching you how to throw? Hey, what's all this?
Too busy to talk right now. Sorry.
Knock him dead?
Alright, I guess next spot we're going in, let's just go inside the tavern, the bar, and see what the big idea is.
Wanna look in here?
Yeah. Let's go in.
The Goldweathers Tavern. Don't stop believing. Da, 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 da. Is it scary? Is it spooky time? Oh no. Oh no.
What happened here?
This is a bit extra.
Fellow survivors, I see.
So he's not the character from Journey to the West?
Are you hurt?
Hardly my first monster attack. I know an escape trick or two.
All right, Ducky.
Do you know what this key is for?
Belonged to Barry, the tavern keeper. That's his leg over there.
Oh.
So, if you want to try all of the locks, I'm sure he won't stop you.
You're a little bit sus there, Ducky.
Let's see what we can find around here. It's so sweet of Ducky to participate in this.
It is.
I'm a genius for convincing Steph that my character should be alone behind the bar. All the drinks I want.
Not sure how I feel about that.
Fair enough.
Yes?
I see you've poured yourself some ale. You just survived a monster attack. I think you deserve a couple drinks on the house.
Truly wise beyond your years.
Easy peasy.
How did you survive the attack?
Well, I'm not proud of it, but I tripped an elderly woman. She had
He just made.
Stingy dish wench.
Oh my god. Fucking Ducky, dude.
Want to tell him about our quest?
We're on a quest to end the Age of Monsters. So you won't have to live in fear anymore.
Are you now? Let me give you something that you may find useful.
Thanks. I'm gonna go ahead and guess we'll be meeting a snake.
Ophidian chime. Instrument requires bard. Snakes within hearing must fall asleep. Okay, nice. Useful. New dialogue unlocked.
We're gonna keep looking around.
Oi!
Good luck.
It said new dialogue unlocked. Let me use my new dialogue.
Okay.
I hope you find what you're looking for.
Thanks. We're gonna have to deal with this, aren't we?
It is believed that a swamp troll has taken residence below the eastern bridge. Use extreme caution when crossing, or better yet, don't. Okay.
Did you see this warning?
Yeah. That's a bad situation.
I wonder if Alwyn the Bard would have cracked the tavern top 20. Steph really went all out in here.
He really did, honestly. It's kind of crazy. Are these fake fruits?
I actually feel bad for that person. Ugh, rough day for Barry the Tavern Keeper. So gorgeous. Where does Steph get all this stuff?
What you looking at, kid?
Someone knows how to keep Thanor busy.
Advertisements?
House Bard. Sorry, Steph. Alwyn is pretty happy with her current gig.
Speaking of house bar to entertain a dinner, dances, beheadings, etc. Must be witty, perceptive, generous of heart, black hair preferred, cute smile, a plus, excellent compensation. Okay. Old swords for sale. See Owen the blacksmith. Repel monster with a secret blend of herbs. Only 4 gold for the recipe. Meet behind Goldweather's Monday at midnight. Didn't work at all, you hack. Anyone else hearing spooky sounds around the castle? Yes? No? Oh, a coin. 5 random numbers. Let's see. 13, 7, 15, 3, and 42. All commonly picked numbers.
Guess Lawrence is gonna need a new business advisor.
Dear Lawrence, I write to amend the advice I gave you when we last dined together. There's no need to sell your business. I am confident the age of monsters will soon come to an end. I have it on good authority that His Majesty's call for heroes was answered by none other than Thanor, the legendary monster slayer. And then he died.
Bards need diversions too.
What the fuck was this game? I don't know what this game was.
Diversions.
What was this? I got the high score on it. I don't remember what it was though. Oh, I remember this. This is the fucking... It's this game. Nice. ¡Zawardo! Come on, you stupid machine. See you at 3 hours? Curse, see you at No, I'm so sorry. Okay, after this one, I'll stop. Bro, where's the sweet spot? There is a sweet spot. Wait, what the hell? I couldn't help it. I like playing games. Inside of games. Yes, chalked. We're never finishing this game on time. I'm so sorry. Shit. I missed that. Cringe. Hold up. This will work. Progress. Okay. Fuck. Those things spawning up there. Kind of annoying. Okay. Fuck. Can I aim? Fuck. Fuck. I just got the laser too, man. Okay, I might not get a high score. It's not my fault. Life is Strange is such a good game. Finally. I'm using my eyes. You guys hear that? My ears. Oh my god. How to get unstuck? It was never stuck, silly. That's where you'd be surprised. It was never actually stuck. Oh, that's good. That's good. If I can do that again, it's gonna go inside. And when it goes inside, it's over. That's close. Nope, not close enough. Hey, what do you mean by when it goes inside, it's over? This one's actually a lot harder than... I should have just gotten the laser. The laser would just save the day. Okay, come on. Come on. Thanor the Monster Slayer is waiting for me. He's actually waiting for me. I have to go to the gym. Oh my god. That fucking sound. We're so good. Just those 3 spots up top. I thought it went in for a second. My fucking ears, I'm so sorry. I got another life though. That's pretty cool, right? Okay. It's gotta angle it enough. Or do you just want to go in the hole? No! Yes! Oh. What? Hey, Seiko. How are you doing? Sorry. I love playing games inside games. Is that a postcard underneath the fireplace?
Steph thought of everything. She's amazing at this.
Monster Encyclopedia. That's kind of really cool. Steph, honestly, is kind of a goated person. I know Ryan's pretty cool too, but Steph is pretty cool as well. Setting all this up still, even though everyone's sad.
Here we go. This probably has the answer to that riddle.
Long ago, it said, when unspeakable terrors reigned even in daylight, 4 heroes faced the great shadows of the Kellyan shores. For days the battle raged as the powers of the great shadow overwhelmed the 4 heroes, pushing them to the brink of death. There among waves stained with blood, 3 of the heroes gave their lives, calling upon an ancient spell that pulled the souls from their body and fashioned them into 3 stones of immeasurable power. From Nira, the berserker, strongest of the 4, came the soul ruby. From Deceased, the cleric, weaver of stories, came the soul sapphire. From Balin, the illusionist, keeper of the old books, came the soul amethyst. With all 3 soul jewels in hand, the 4th hero took up their sword and struck down the great shadow, piercing with the light. Then, weary and bloodied from battle, the 4th hero hid the jewels away and wandered into the deep wilds of Rune, never to be seen again. I am playing Life is Strange, Seiko. Life is Strange. True colors. I keep wanting to say True Storms, but it's True Colors. So.
That better be washable.
That better be washable. Fair enough. Old paper.
Oh gosh. I think Ducky dropped this. Oh gosh. I think Ducky dropped this.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
I want to focus on Ethan right now.
Valid.
What happened to the rest of the music?
Hypnotic Fuge. Yoink. New skill unlocked.
What happened to the rest of the music?
Okay.
I hope you find what you're looking for.
Thanks.
I dare say, Alex is my favorite employee.
Ducky's affection. So easily bought. Someone knows how to keep Thanor busy.
Alright. I think the only thing I haven't seen yet is this then.
So gorgeous. Where does Steph get all
my
this
god.
stuff?
There we go. What is that emote? People talk.
Thanor! Did you see this?
That's got to be it!
Open it and you shall see.
It's one of the jewels!
Is that the deceased one? She said nothing about that.
That wasn't so bad, right? Now I feel more confident we can find the others.
Glad you finally believe in us.
That's not what I meant.
Alright.
I dare say.
Okay, we saw that.
It's so sweet of Ducky to participate.
I was having such a quiet morning.
I mean, that's it for this spot, right? Is there an upstairs section at all? No. Okay, that's it for this then. Out the door we go.
Bye. Godspeed. Godspeed.
Godspeed. Godspeed. Surprise attack.
Check out what I found in that chest.
+1 dodge. You and your allies would dodge the next attack. May only be used once.
Nice work, Thanor.
Nice work indeed.
There was some really interesting stuff in there.
Now you look pale. I told you so.
No, answer.
Can we hear that riddle again, please?
What?
There are 3.
Oh my god, am I not answering it?
Long dead. Fashioned into soul jewels.
Blue, violet, red.
What are their names? Do not be misled. Ready to answer? I'll say it once more. There are 3, it is said, heroes long dead. Fashioned into soul jewels. Blue, violet, red.
Okay.
What are their names? Do not be misled.
Their names are... The answer is Nira, Dacis, and Belen.
You solved the riddle you've been told. Your prize? A useful
hint. Behold.
To bribe that deadly troll of old, you have to pay 4 coins of gold.
4 coins. Got it.
I want to steal his coins. That much is for sure.
There's more. Because you solved my verse, you may take 1 gold from my purse.
Thanks.
I wish
Well, we
we
have
could go
3
into the
coins.
tavern when it's full of people.
It was full of people.
Alive people. Obviously.
Alive people. Fuck Typhon. Yeah, fuck Typhon. I can go in the back. Okay. Onwards. On my journey. A scroll.
Hey, kid. You responsible for that massacre in the Black Lantern?
We're the good guys.
Right. Of course.
I'll be taking that.
What's Mech Warrior? You and your allies get an extra turn. Well, yes. Thank you.
Got another scroll.
Cool.
We're about to be fucking busted.
Not a real massacre. Yeah, it's
Take heed. It is believed that a swamp troll has the residence. Okay, yeah. You saw that already. It's on a different area.
Go get him, Ethan.
Go get him, Ethan.
I'm Thanor.
Yeah, he's Thanor, idiot.
Thanor?
Same thing.
Could there be something down the alley?
Something down. Diagonally.
Boring. Shh, they're here. Woe is me. Woe is me. Behold, my love has been slain by yonder river monster.
The yonder river monster?
Just down the yonder alley. Near the river. Alas, alas.
Alas, alas. This is so dumb, but it's so awesome in a weird way.
Wow. That actually felt really sad.
Yeah, right? I would definitely miss you.
Oh, look at them. They're bonding. Cute. A Mech Warrior is a mech pilot game. I've always loved those kind of games, but I always feel like, what was one of them called? Hawken? There's one called Hawken that came out a while ago, and that didn't go anywhere. What?
Some kind of snake?
I guess.
We have techniques against a snake.
Do we have to fight it?
Why wouldn't we?
We could save our energy for something scarier. Save our scrolls, too.
True.
Oh, but it's engaging anyways.
What do you want to do?
Use the bell!
Ophidian chime. Snakes within hearing must fall asleep.
Pretend that's a low sound. Snake's ears are internal, so they can't hear.
Nice.
Got his ass!
This is.
He dropped loot! Hey!
More loot.
Zero hit wonder. That's me.
All right, let's make some ears bleed.
Chord disharmony? Oh my god. Okay, let's go. Back.
Wait. What's that?
It's
like a dragon scale or something.
Maybe it's got magical powers.
Mech Warrior is the oldest mech simulation series ever?
Yeah.
Wait. Have I seen Mech Warrior? Have I played Mech Warrior? Mech Warrior 1. They're showing me 5. I want to see Mech Warrior 1. Okay. Don't know if that's really... I think that's a bit too old. Mech Warrior 2 I might have seen. Mech Warrior 3 I've definitely seen. Okay, so I have seen this game around before. It's a franchise. Cool. Spin-off of Battletech? I gotcha. Is that the one I was thinking of exactly at the start? But the other one's more of like a mobile suit.
So smart
Simulation.
of you to use the bell.
It worked out, didn't it?
It did work out.
Transfix some monsters with my sweet hypnotic jams.
Enemy cannot move for 1 turn. May only be used once per battle. Easy fucking easy. I am a beast. What does it do, actually? Enemy cannot move for 1 turn. Once for battle only. Okay, cool. This LARPing shit. Looking kind of fun. Not gonna lie. Who wants to LARP with me? Who wants to go on a LARP journey? Fuck Typhon, I agree. We LARP at the wedding. The entire wedding is gonna be a LARP. I can imagine Sophia's face like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah. We should keep it in mind for the next monster, too.
Keep it in mind for the next monster. I'm gonna be at the bar at the wedding, me and Curse. Easy peasy. +1 dodge. Your next ally will be able to dodge once. Dude, I feel like I'm gonna be so busted for the next fight.
Scroll seekers.
Yep.
I'm a professional RPG player. No ifs, ands, or buts.
We handled the river serpent.
Thank you, adventurers.
Too bad your boyfriend is dead.
Clean up that body.
Gundam Evolution 3rd season is gonna be crazy. What Gundams are in Gundam Evolution right now? Or rather, mobile suits. What mobile suits are in Evolution? I only played, I guess, the beta. I don't think it was the release, was it? Or maybe it was the release.
There. I hear you've dealt with the river serpent, huh? More than just talk, are you?
Actual blacksmith.
Perhaps the magpie can help you on your quest. Step inside if your heart is true.
It's really sweet how many people Steph's wrote.
It honestly is quite impressive.
Everything okay? You seem pretty, grumpy.
What a thankless life. Being a smith in the age of monsters.
Whoa. He's really into this.
If we find out, we'll tell you.
What?
What did you need again?
Sun silver? The components for sun silver.
Bah!
It's really sweet how many people Steph's roped into
Sun silver. He needs sun silver.
What a thankless life.
It's really sweet how many people Steph's.
So he needs sun silver.
What did you need again? It's really sweet how.
Oh my god.
Steph's roped into this. What did you need again?
Sun silver? The components for sun silver.
Hold up, I'll read that in a second. Oh no, I read something else. Alright, let's see. They have Gundam, Exia, Sasabi, GM Sniper, Mahiru, Turne, Marasai, Methus. What's that? Oh, it's that one. Okay. The support one. Ashamar. That's the flying one. Unicorn, Zaku 2 range, Melee, Barbatos, Gun Tank, and new Gundam. So those are all the Gundams that were on release already. That's what we know. Hyperion Gundam is coming in the 3rd season, though. That sounds dope. I'm just waiting for Death Scythe, though. Death Scythe would be fucking badass. Know what I mean? But Hyperion Gundam would be pretty cool. I don't know what class it'll be, but I want some Wing Gundams. Where's the streamer? I only see a dork. This right here happens to be a bard. And they are the dork that you're talking about, surely. And this is Thénor, the monster slayer, but also a dork. Fear not. Me?
Please
There's no
knock
streamer.
Twice.
You can't see me. I'm not here.
Go for it.
Who's talking to you? The kid, silly. Knock, knock.
Or mortal? Mortal.
Mortal. I don't know why I wanted to say monster. Monster. Clearly I jest, sire.
Sorry about the lock. These are dangerous times. Welcome to the Magpie Emporium.
Oh, so this is like a magic shop.
I'm gonna take a look around a bit, okay?
Okay.
Damn! She went all out!
Stuff's done to the place.
What the fuck? She went all out!
How does Steph come up with all these names?
Sun Silver. A semi-magical compound used in the forging of ceremonial weapons, shields, and crest. Once set, Sun Silver can shine with brightness of 7 suns, making it popular at coronations, weddings, and early morning council meetings. The components include iron, goblin ore, fire powder. The discovery of Sun Silver dates back to the royal smith of Griffin's Peak, who first fabricated the great sword Lipsna Kratos under the direction of High Alchemist Robert Welborough. The fuck is that? Life is Strange is really going good? Life is Strange has always been good. Always been good.
That's not ominous at all.
The Sorcery Guild hereby authorizes the Magpie Emporium to buy and sell items with magical properties. The guild assumes no responsibility for the consequences. Yelva Varnizian, the Archmage.
I'd like
Tars.
to try one of those bard instruments, please.
You'll need to schedule a private appointment.
I'll do that.
I'll let you finish this. Sure, Mel. I'm just really happy the company's doing so well. It makes me happy too,
Man.
honestly. They do a lot of
Could have used a
good
truth
shit.
spell or two.
Unbetrothed, maidenless, no waifu? Come to the Magpie Emporium on Sunday evenings. Meet other unwed hopefuls in a truth-spelled environment. Love potions strictly prohibited. Admission, 1 gold. If you guys have no maidens, come here. How are you doing, Mel?
As a classically trained bard, I gotta say, this music's not bad.
I fucking love Life is Strange. So the first game I played made me cry so much I got a nosebleed.
He's forging the sky sword of power.
Oh yeah?
Shit, what's that?
Thanor's gonna find it.
That's such a cool tapestry. What the fuck? Tapestry? Do you say tapestry or do you say tapestry?
That actually looks legit.
Yeah, the skull LED light looks legit as fuck. You're right.
Golems. Animation fee not included.
No
Steph.
They're just figures. That's kind of cool. It's funny.
Spells. Very cute, Steph.
Are these spells for sale? To members of the Sorcery Guild only. Sorry.
A shame.
Wonder if they have drills for this.
In case of monster attack, gather those who matter. Cast a protective circle. Create illusion in other direction. Await Archmage assistance. Not guaranteed. Gather those who matter. Gather those who matter. I have arrived. Hello there, Sinful. You have arisen. Arrived. I'm not a LARPer. It's rough for me. I struggle. You have arrived. Hello. How are you today? I am fantastic. I'm playing some Life is Strange. Hitsuga nosebleed. Yeah, I got a nosebleed. The ending of Life is Strange made me tear up so much I got a fucking nosebleed. So.
Warning. Cat is cursed.
Do not pet.
Yeah, no need to warn me.
What's up, cat? How you doing? Seeking insight? Draw a card.
Huh.
Deja vu. I just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Going you and the searches of mystery.
People, baby! People! Steph!
Steph is just
Woo!
awesome.
The Fool. A cloud of spontaneity, fearlessness, and adventures welcomed gladly. Let's do more people. Let's do Ryan.
Is that true for Ryan? I hope
The
so.
Star. That star card looking a little sus. A card of inspiration, optimism, and hope for the future. People again. Me.
I hope that's true.
Temperance. A card of moderation from inner calm and balanced perspectives. Things. My power.
You're right, Gabe. I'm a superhero.
Every single time they mention Gabe, I get a little bit sad. Holy fucking shit. I hate this game and I love it. How are you doing, Opal? How are you doing? What's going on? Physical results of emotions. Yeah, imagine feeling. Oh my god. I just noticed that Ash emote. I've never seen that before. Ash. What the hell? 75k bit reward. Oh, okay, so it's a bit reward. I thought you said you don't stream. Me? I'm not here. There's no streamer here. So if you see any dorks, it's in the reflection of whatever you're watching this from. Gotcha. I don't know anything about tarot cards, but I feel like if I got a tarot card deck, I would want it to be like decked out and shiny and like really, really cool. Just to say I have one and just be like, look at how shiny it is. And that'd be it. That'd be it. How are you doing, Koi? No streams here. There's no streams here. This is all a dream. Go the fuck to sleep.
Baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark.
God fucking damn it. 1, that scared the living shit out of me. 2, that's Sophia's personal request, so I forgot that was in there. And I fucking hate Baby Shark. So hearing that again, Opal, thank you. You scared the shit out of me. Holy fuck. That actually scared me so much. He's a wannabe streamer, Connie, on the rising, very infamous. His true occupation is being a king of dorks. No, I am no such thing. I shan't be called king of dorks. For I am merely not here. Tally, thank you for shouting out Mel and Sinful. Actually, since you're at it, can you just shout out everyone? Everyone that just typed recently, including Saji, hello, by the way, all stream. And I've been connecting with them recently over the past few weeks. So they're good people. But whenever Gabe is mentioned in this game, I get a little bit teary inside, in my heart, in my heart of hearts. Oh, how it wounds me so. The one true king. No, stop. No. How are you? Is that telling? Lies and slander, Mike. Oh, fuck me. God damn it.
Yikes.
A card of endings, inevitable transformation, and letting go. Wait, what was this about? How's your day going, by the way? My day is going good. I'm having a good day so far. I forgot that existed as well. But that one just makes me bob my head. I know nothing about the song. I just know it's Norwegian. I know nothing about the song. And the title of the song is called The Cup. That's all I know. But my day's going good. How are you doing, Connie? Just use the heart of cards? Yes. Heart of the cards will always come in clutch. I forgot what I drew for. Is that Haven? The hell is Haven? Haven Springs? Is that like where we are?
Holy shit. Too real.
Typhon. A card of power and domination and the pursuit of same. Yeah. Dude. These cards are kind of cool. Is that I'm out of things and people? Meow. Why can't I pet the cat?
I guess some heroes are into bards with flashy guitars, but I'm glad Thanor has better taste.
Widely believed to be the instrument of Fleet Silvertongue, Bard of Champions and savior of Prince Clardarin, clogged arteries, priceless or best offer.
It's a wonder Valkyrie's ever hungry. The human flesh, I assume she consumes.
So for anyone who doesn't know, I'm playing Life is Strange True Colors right now. And I'm playing the third episode of this game. And we're in a LARP session. We're walking with this kid, trying to make him feel better. And we're literally just walking around, LARPing it up. So, also, our character has the power to basically read people's minds under the condition that they are feeling some sort of intense emotion. In this case, she's nervous, as you can tell. Let's see what she's thinking.
Alex said I'm hot. Did she mean it? Or was she just messing around?
Never
Oh yeah,
seen
we said
feel
Steph
this
is
way
hot.
Before. Maybe
So
I could reassure her. She's always so confident.
of course we're fucking doing it.
Holy shit.
Alex?
Steph looks fantastic.
Alex? If you want to say something, now's the time to say
The
it.
streets used to be full of people. The streets used to be full of people. When Alex said I'm hot, did she mean it? Or was she just messing around?
Can I not say anything?
I bet we're supposed to buy something here.
We can buy something here. Let's see. What you got?
The soul sapphire's right there. For sale.
Restores you and your allies to full health. I already have one. Don't need it. Don't need your scrolls. Allows me to dodge. Don't need it. Troll
Very
dust.
Friendly troll. Now that I'd like to see.
Interesting. Intriguing. Scroll advantage. Don't need it.
10,000 gold? Okay. Obviously, there's some other way to get this.
Alright. Discuss. Let's discuss the troll dust first.
So there's definitely a troll at the Eastern Bridge.
Do you think we can beat a troll?
Probably.
Of course we could. But I'm gonna buy it. We're gonna buy that.
Please.
Da 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 da.
Why is this 10,000 gold?
Was I too generous? It was originally 20,000, but...
No, I meant... Never mind.
Haggle.
Would you consider giving
I
us
watched
that
the YouTube
sapphire?
video.
In exchange for something far more valuable. My hand. In marriage. And all of its associated benefits. And you should know, I wouldn't offer if I didn't mean it.
Thanor's like,
I mean...
Oh man. This just got real.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't intrigued. But I'm afraid I can't accept. For now.
We need the sapphire right away. It's for a quest to end the age of monsters.
I've heard there's a magical fish.
Okay,
that
so
lives in the river of
she's
song.
not accepting it because of the LARP.
Bring me
But I
back
think
one
she
of its
took that
scales,
very well.
and I'll give you the sapphire in return.
You mean the scale we already picked up? Got your ass!
One magic fish.
Oh, that looks so dope, actually. What the hell is that?
Well, then here's my end of the bargain.
How is everyone doing, by the way? You guys having a good Monday? Is today Monday? I think. I actually lost track of time. I think so. So today's gonna be upper body.
Only one more jewel left. Getting there.
Alright. Leave.
I guess some heroes are into bards with flashy guitars, but I'm glad Thanor has better taste.
Alright, let's see what she's thinking now. She's no longer nervous.
I do.
Maybe when Ethan's not around.
I do.
Alright, we won her over. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Alright, what do we need in the smithing scroll?
Steph come up with all these
Iron,
names?
goblin ore, and fire powder. Wherever the fuck that is. Allons-y. The little wink! Did you see the wink? Did you see the wink? Oh my god. That was cool. Hella romantic. Alright.
It's really sweet how many people Steph's roped into this.
Sorry to cut you off there, buddy. The bald guy's angry. What's wrong, bald guy?
1, 2, 3. I control me.
Oh, he's reading a
1, 2, 3. I control me.
He's reading a book about anger control.
Toddlers.
Ooh, nothing like getting pissed off at your anger management book.
Damn. I get it, man. If I was bald, I'd be pissed too, you know? Damn. Sorry. Wait, am I supposed to help him or something?
1, 2, 3.
No, I don't help him.
I control me. 1, 2, 3. I control me.
Maybe we can LARP and I can pretend he has a full bed of hair? Is that the right terminology? Bed of hair?
I wonder how Riley's doing with the USB.
A scroll, you say? Don't even need to look, I'll take it. Scroll of healing.
I saw that. Like, right before you picked it up.
Okay, you can have the credit.
Now,
come on. Monster abundances are when you need apothecary.
aw.
Disappointed?
I thought I would finally get to go in.
This guy's been wanting to go in there for a while. He wants to go into the weed shop. The Silver Dragon. That's kind of a dope name, actually. Or a weed shop. Hello, jogger.
That run felt amazing. I'm so proud of myself.
Wow.
I'm proud of her.
Good for her.
I'm proud of her, honestly. After that talk, that makes me happy to hear. Fuck cardio, but I'll be doing some cardio later today.
Find at the Bridge of Flowers.
Wait, can I go inside this building? Hold up. Into the flower shop we
Mind
go.
if I duck in here a second?
Bard business.
I have to, renew my Bard Guild membership.
Yeah. Okay.
A little bit awkward. Not gonna lie. We're gonna talk to Riley, right? Please support Team Iris on July 18th. See Riley for donation forms and further information. Ride for the cure. Together we can end Alzheimer's. Is purple the color for Alzheimer's? Oh, I thought she had dementia. She has Alzheimer's. Never mind. That's my bad. Reminders for Nana. Oh, that's really sweet of her, actually, to write down, like, reminders for the day, like task. She can check off each task. Did you mean to order this twice? If not, I'll send back on Monday. I still feel bad about her, dude.
Hey there.
I could ask Riley how progress is going with the USB. Did Riley put this up? The last thing Eleanor wanted was everyone fussing over her.
Man, I feel bad for Eleanor, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She found out anyways.
I could actually donate something.
I need a job so I can donate stuff. A raffle.
So Eleanor's donating all those decorations?
Flowers annual spring raffle. 1 ticket equals $1.
For fuck's sake.
Riley, I just want you to know I'm so happy we were talking again. I know it's hard to trust me after all that shit with Typhon, but I'm not going anywhere. I will be here to help you and Nana whenever you need. Mac. P.S. You are really strong and wonderful. Hope you know that. P.S. I still love you, but I'm not asking anything. Why is the cart open and, like, public like that? Fuck Mac. He's kind of an idiot.
There's a whole tech side to Riley I never knew about. Gabe did, though.
This is the blue
Name's
side.
such a good person.
Sad.
Doesn't
Blue is sad.
deserve any of this.
And neither does Riley.
Here, before we speak, I'm gonna look around a little bit more. Take a look at this photo.
I guess they're reminders.
Damn, that's so sad, actually. I honestly hope I never have to deal with Alzheimer's or anything like that.
Festival. These are freaking gorgeous. Eleanor must hate that she needs this.
Oh yeah, no, for sure she hates that. For sure she hates that. But I mean, it's
like 300
useful.
pages in. Must be a good book.
The Mascaron effect, an astonishing vision of the future.
I will definitely not touch this.
Checking password. Passwords checked. 354,000. It checked 354,000 passwords. The fuck? Alright. Book club. Then she has Alzheimer's support group. Dr. Globic follow-up. Mother's Day delivery. Power of attorney info session. Haven library. Jet of dry flowers. Over. That must be so sad. Alright, let's talk.
Any luck with the USB? No, not yet. It's gonna take hours, if we're lucky.
Oh.
If you want to check it out, it's running on the office computer, but don't touch anything.
Okay. Thank you so much for doing this.
You don't have to thank me. It's the least I could do for Gabe. And honestly, it's a nice distraction for me right now.
What's wrong, Riley?
Is something going on with Eleanor?
I found out Nana has been sick. She has Alzheimer's.
That must suck, man.
Wow. Anyway, let's talk about something else.
Mac. Time to make things worse.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, he's around. Probably too embarrassed to show his face. He has been helping Nana a lot. I'm sure he's just trying to get back together with me, but it kinda doesn't matter. I'm grateful he's
Good.
here.
Riley, good job. Wait, I'm grateful he's here.
Are you...
That felt like
Still going to
conflicting
school?
statements.
Oh, no. I turned them down. Nana told me not to, but she's going to need help.
You made the right choice. Never know how long you'll have with someone.
Alex.
Okay, I was not expecting her to say that. You know? I was like, you made the right choice. I just want to say it like you made the right choice. Just like get any like indecisiveness out of her. And then she added that little extra bit like you never know how much longer you have with someone. Fucking dickhead.
Let's talk later.
I'll let you know if I make any progress.
Thanks again.
Anywho. Tallyhoo. We go forward. What time is it? Can someone type something real quick in chat? So I can see the timestamp. Because I feel like I have a decent ways to go in this chapter still.
I wonder what we'll find at the Bridge of Flowers.
8:50 for me. I was hoping we would finish at 9, but I got distracted a lot.
Find at the Bridge of Flowers.
I wonder indeed. So I'll probably go even later to the gym.
Oh shit! Troll! Incoming!
He's got a soul jewel right there.
Oh, you like my belt? It's made of human skin.
What do you think we should do?
Troll dust.
We're prepared,
Dust
bitches.
trolls become very friendly. 1 pinch per troll.
No. Don't you dare. Oh, man. Visitors. I love visitors. Can I get you anything? A glass of marsh water, slug chips.
How about that jewel? On your belt.
He's friendly, not a pushover.
Sure.
Nah, that's not what being friendly is.
Why don't you say something nice about each of us?
You put a great deal of thoughtfulness and care into everything you do. And you see deep into the hearts of people. But you don't let that stop you from believing in them.
This troll is emo.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that.
We're on a quest. Anything you can do to help us out?
I could teach you to fight like me. Here you go.
Strike of Wrath. Type attack, effect 3 damage. Cool beans.
That was quick.
I think that's all we need, right?
Come visit again. Anytime.
We've got all 3. We can go back to the king now.
Yep.
Easy peasy. Go to king desu.
That troll was scary. I admit it.
Nothing to admit.
It's just facts. Hitsu! Queen! How are you?
He was still scary.
Hi. How are you doing? How have you been? Have you been playing Dead by Daylight or Tekken recently? Enjoying the good life? Let me see what they sent. Does anyone know how long the play/game thing is going on? Is there still time to sign up? It looks super fun. Sorry, dude. We're pretty deep at this point. Enjoy the show, though. Oh, bummer. Maybe next time. Yeah.
Shit. That didn't take long.
I'll keep an eye out. Thank you. Ralph, how'd you find it? What kind of word do you have? No, but depending on the route, I'll try a lot harder to find it. God damn it, Haley. Can someone please explain to me why everyone on Main Street is dressed like a Renaissance festival threw up on them? The age of monsters have descended upon our fair hamlet. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Listen, not, sir. To those who would tell you to bet and hope, for the great hero Thanor has arrived at our great. What does this mean? I just want to get some ice cream. Oh, woo! Ryan, is that you? Good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm playing Life is Strange. We're LARPing right now. And we're on a quest. Quest to save the realm from monsters. Curse. I feel like I'm blanking something here, but how do I get the ingredients for this sword?
Be scary or good looking?
Good looking, I guess.
Yeah, me too. It's such a human weakness. We've still got coins. Should we spend them before we go back to the king?
Sure.
Good idea. Maybe we'll swing by the Emporium.
Alright.
It's really sweet how many people Steph's roped into this. Hey, we found the components of sun silver.
It's iron, goblin ore, and fire powder.
Praise the gods. Of course. How could I forget? Why don't you take that scroll for your kindness? I've no need of it.
We've definitely earned that.
Alright, let's see it. Scroll of Advantage. Oh. Okay. I thought it was be something special.
Scroll first?
No.
All right. He's brave and he's honest.
Props to you, Thanor. Alright, perfect. Let's go spend our last bit of coin. See whatever we can buy. While we load in here, I'm gonna go pee real quick, and I'm also gonna shout you out. And then do this. And then go pee. BRB.
We've got all the jewels. Time to get back to the king.
I have been toxic. Low key. In the chat. Out of every single game I've ever played, I think I've... Oh, it's fucking lagging. I've been the most toxic. Wait, that's me. In chess. Oops. How many coins do I have? One coin. Which is weird. Was it lagging for the previous clip as well before I dipped? Whoopsie. It was? Oh, that's awkward. My bad. Alright. I will buy the Scroll of Nimbleness.
We've already got some of these, right?
Yeah.
We have some scrolls of healing already.
Yeah.
So the Scroll of Advantage basically skips the enemy turn.
Okay.
1 gold, please.
Easy busy. Here's your pressure. Alright. Just figured we might as well use the coins before we go on a journey. How you doing, Neo? What's going on? Did you see the announcement I made for you? Weird. Every single game that clip is still going. Chess is the one that makes me like want to type back and be like, fuck you.
All right, back to the park.
Ashire Sorio. I don't know why. Pazeyo ni. I really don't know why. Because like Padoru. What's up, dork? There's no dork here. None whatsoever.
Moshi moshi.
Moshi moshi, motherfucker.
To his old self, thank God. What a great kid.
Ethan's got a lot of people who care about him.
You know what? The fucking clip just disappeared. All right. I don't know why I started bugging out all of a sudden. Lord Dork. Oh my God. No. See, you're all dorks. Not me. Me? No dork. Big dorks. A scroll that I overlooked? Me? Impossible.
Stocking up on scrolls.
I'll be decked out on scrolls. King dork? No dork. Oh my God. No, not that either. What's up, Evil? How are you doing? Neo! How is Neo? And how is Evil? Evil-chan. Evil-chan. $1?
Huh. Did Ethan drop this?
$1? Doll hair? Just been here. Just vibing. I feel that. Wait, what?
Oh my God. It's my mom.
When did I get rocked?
Raynor, the monster slayer. You've come at last.
When indeed.
Do you remember me from your past adventures?
You're Netheria.
The Forest Spirit.
You have done well on your quest.
Then cry, you nerd.
She offers a treasure for you to claim. Look.
Suffer, peasant.
What is that?
Oh, Mel. I meant to watch Tokyo Revengers Season 2. I could not find a place to watch it. So I haven't watched it yet. I wanted to watch it, or 2 days ago.
It's exactly the same as I drew in the comics. It's got the pincer and the same grip, and it's got this part for the jewels. How do they do it? Can I really take it?
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding! Steph raid? Oh no, my clips are bugging out. This thing is bugging out. Steph's actor. No shot. No shot. Hold on. I need to disable this. The clip is bugging out. Like it's very laggy. Is it playing?
This is like the craziest fucking Sea of Thieves mission.
Thank you for the follow, Narwhal.
This is fucking
The
insane.
Narwhal. That's dope. Okay, hold up. Oh, it's so... I love this feature so much, but it bugs out on me. Zora Husk, thank you so much. Oh my god. No! I'm being overwhelmed. I'm sorry.
Anyways, welcome, stranger. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something would happen.
Hey, let me give you full. So you're the actual voice act.
Welcome, stranger.
Okay, first of all, just so you guys know.
The follow button.
Oh, I'm so overwhelmed. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking overwhelmed. I love you guys. Thank you so much for the raid. Voice and motion capture. So you did the motion capture as well. Hold on, let me catch up. Oh my god, my brain. I can't think.
How strange.
I can't think.
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Alright, I gave you a follow. I need to see. I don't know anything about the voice actors too much, but I love voice actors. Main think. Oh, I just lost all my shit. I'm so over time. Okay, thank you, Zora, for that. Yep, full body capture. Okay, so we're at the point right now where we just asked, as Alex larping about, we just asked Steph inside the little shop if they could be our wife in exchange for the soul stone. And obviously she couldn't, because there's a part of a quest line that you gotta complete, which is valid, very valid. But then we read her mind, and then she was just like, I do. And I was just like, oh my god, that's so fucking adorable. Yeah. So, oh, you're the actual voice actor. That's so cool. You do an amazing job with Steph. I was explaining earlier, in this game, I feel like Steph is a very goated, and like both Steph and Ryan, they're honestly really goated. I chose Steph because I feel like it makes more sense. But Steph in general, like her personality is just fucking great. When we had the little foosball game not too long ago, I fucking loved that bit. That was so well done. I really felt the shit that she was going through, and I felt so bad. But then we were able to make her happy again. That made me really happy. So, but no, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Maine, hello. Nancor, hello. Pluto Plants, hello. Blackwell Otter, gotcha. Blackwell, why does that sound familiar? Zora Husk, hello. The Narwhal, thank you again. I appreciate that. Have you had the chance to play Life is Strange Before the Storm? Yes, I have. Dakota M, thank you so much for that follow. I fucking love the Life is Strange games. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Blackwell's the school and Life is Strange. Okay, I knew it sounded familiar. When I played the first game many years ago, I was playing like when it was getting released episodically, and I was constantly theorizing between each episodes, you know, just having a blast, enjoying the game. It's like, oh, what's gonna happen next type deal. I got so emotionally involved in the damn story that at the end of the last chapter, I cried so fucking much that I got a bloody nose. Like I was so like emotionally like I was there.
The follow button.
You know what I mean?
No one is quite sure why,
I was fucking there.
Thought something peculiar would happen.
Witch, thank you so much for that Photoshop, Witch.
Anyways,
thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I think today's the 10th. Is it actually?
Sure why, but perhaps
it's 10 years old. Oh my god, I'm old. Wait.
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Wait, that was 10 years ago? Hold up.
The follow button. No one is quite
8
sure
years,
why,
my bad.
but perhaps
It was
he
8
thought
years
something
ago.
peculiar would happen. How
Morai?
strange.
Morai?
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Morai? Morai? Mirai? Morai? Convor? Thank you so much for the follow. Rainbow Scape, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's still a long time ago. I had such a hard time choosing that past part, and I played it with Curse actually. I think we chose Stanley Parable. Yeah, okay. Fun fact, real quick, off tangent. That's the actual voice actor from the Stanley Parable. In 2021, I think it was, I reached out to him to see if he could do like a little custom alert for me, and he was actually more than willing to do it. And I amazing guy. Loved it.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Flirty Mango,
No one
thank you
is
so much for
quite
that follow.
why, but perhaps he
Yeah,
thought
it was
something
super nice of
peculiar
him.
would happen.
I fucking love voice actors.
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
And thank you guys for being so awesome, by the way. I want to point that out. But obviously in the first game, Bay over Bay. You know what I mean? Like Bay over Bay. I played through both options. Bay.
Stanley pushed the follow
over Bay.
button. No one is
You know
quite
what I mean?
sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange.
Hey.
Anyways, welcome,
Thank you so much for the
stranger.
follow as well, Katie. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. As you should. But when I first made the choice, I was so... It was the entire like Bay, you know? And I don't think I would make the same choice I would now as I did back then initially, but I chose the entire Bay over Chloe, and I think that's what made me like be so stressed and sad that I fucking nosebled from the game. So obviously I didn't stick to that. We instantly went back and we played through it again. And I was like, no, I'm not dealing with that. Yeah, I chose Arcadia Bay initially, and I said fuck that. And went back. Because I couldn't deal with it, bro. I didn't realize I was that attached to Chloe. It made her death like very fucking sad for me. And I think it made me even more connected to the series. So in a way, I guess it worked out for the better. Because then canon is definitely Bay over Bay. That's canon. Arcadia Bay, goodbye. Sorry guys. Everyone in there, see you next time. But Bay over Bay for sure. Yeah, Bay over Bay. See you, Bay. No, but someone mentioned before the storm earlier. Perchance, did you also do a character in Before the Storm, Katie? Out of curiosity. One of us. So yeah, it just makes sense. It's how it was meant to be. First appearance of Steph. Am I a fucking idiot? She was in Before the Storm. Okay, Curse, that answers our question that we had earlier in the stream. Steph is in Before the Storm. Meaning... Holy shit! I actually just... What? The cool gay dungeon. That makes so much fucking sense. We couldn't 100% remember who was who, I guess. We knew Life is Strange is connected to Life is Strange 2, but we couldn't find the connection yet in Life is Strange 3, I guess I'm calling it. We didn't know for sure what the character or like what the connection was, but when you guys just mentioned it, it just like clicked for me just now. I'm like, holy shit. It's a different art style, I think, that like caught me off guard. I just thought they were both Stephs. I should have assumed just based on how dorky and crazy like she is. Like she's just such a fun character, such a fun vibey character. I love her. She's great. The dots are connecting. The dots are connecting. You get what the LARP is so good. I'm not even lying to you, Zora. While playing through the LARP, I was thinking to myself, I didn't even think, I said it out loud. I said, this LARP looks so much fun. I want to do this IRL. Like, that's how fun it looked. Like, I know it's a bit, like, toned down for gameplay mechanics or aesthetics, but it honestly looked dope. Do I plan on playing the DLC to focus on Steph? Yeah. Honestly, all Life is Strange content I plan on playing, to be honest. Anything that they probably come out with in this series, this franchise, I want to play. So thanks for the follow, by the way. You have a lovely... Oh, well, thank you. No worries, Chromo. Thank you for following as well. I appreciate that. And no, I think Arana posted on Twitter that you're trying to hit 500 followers, something like that. So I was like, bet. But yeah, I do plan on playing the DLC. I don't know how. I'm playing True Colors on the Xbox Game Pass, and gonna be completely honest, I feel like a boomer sometimes. So I don't know how to buy things there yet. It's just this was free, so I gotta figure out how to buy the DLC, and then I'll play the DLC after I'm done with the story. Or should I? Is there like an order to it? Do you guys know? I'm not sure if I need to finish the game first or not. The Steph audiobook is coming soon too. What the heck? That's so many things. I mean, she's a fun character. I think she's goated in this game right now. So she's in. Wow. How did I not recognize that? She has like the same haircut and everything. I actually did not recognize that. That's crazy. All right, I'm gonna continue the LARP. Thank you again for the raid. We're on episode 3. We're still in the middle of the LARP. So, yeah. Steph is my definition of my standards. No, she's really, really cool. She honestly is really cool. When we entered the shop and she was wearing the witch outfit, Alex said she looked fantastic, and that's valid. That's valid. I need to get my fiance to wear a witch costume for reasons. Nani? Bum ba dum ba da bum bum ba dum ba da da ba da 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 ba da 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 bum bum. All right. Notheria said so. Use it for good. Use it for good.
Promise me you'll.
We instill good values in our kids.
Helping others and stuff like that.
Okay.
In my case, pay things. That's valid, Zora. That's valid. No, she's honestly a very cool character. I love the fact that she set up this entire LARP, for Ethan basically, despite all the shit that happened. Which, by the way, Gabe's death affected me quite a bit as well. Damn! Oh, look at him, dude! He's so happy. I love that they set this up and they got so many people involved just for Ethan, basically. Flashbang. Happy moment. Happy moment. Oh, this is cool. I love this game sometimes. We have a proper bard. Toss a coin to your witcher. Okay, Thanor, let's go.
Bard, a song, if you please.
Bet, say less. Ducky wins on the LARP. Duck. When I saw Ducky, I fucking face palmed, but like in like a happy way. I was like, this guy. Prophecy fulfilled.
Prophecies fulfilled at last. Now Thanor's might is unsurpassed.
She can sing. Damn. I don't think we've actually heard her sing before. I'm a little shit, ready to ruin your playful mood. King Jed was evil? The goat?
I'll take that sword now, and the jewels.
Nay, it can't be
Gravius,
so.
Lord of the Underworld.
Oh.
I should have known King Tabor was you all along.
Oh, yeah.
Fools! You have collected the jewels I need and brought them right to me.
This is so cool. If I was a kid and someone did this, you know how much fun I would be having? Encourage Thanos.
This far.
Thanor. We gotta get Thanor to overcome his recent struggles. This is important. He said we're having fun, but he got this. Let's go. It's a raid, boss. All right. I'm pretty sure I'm busted now. I have a lot of scrolls. Let's go. Yo, it's an actual game. By the way, I gotta go. Dinner time. It was a pleasure to be here and meet you. Keep having fun. Would love to listen to your thoughts. Yeah, for sure. Ask me anything you ever want, Zora, whenever you're around. I appreciate that. This is so cool. Enjoy your food. Have a great time. This is so cool. What the fuck is this? All right, let's use an item. Scroll of advantage.
Scroll of advantage.
Am I supposed to use that first or at the end? I might have messed up. All right, magic. Stirring him. Yeah, he got the buff. Let's go. Okay. Now, Thanor, I need you to do an attack. The Strike of Wrath. Oh yeah, that did damage. Oh, we get to go again. Okay. Now we do
Hypnotic Fugue.
We're about to no-hit this shit. Let's go. Attack. This is gonna hurt you, Alwyn.
Burning Blade.
But it does damage.
Transfixed by the gorgeous music.
This is my favorite Final Fantasy game. It is. Oh, he's lit. Literally. All right, just blast him up. Blast him up. That's when that hurts Alwyn.
Worth it.
It's alright. You got this, Alwyn. Easy peasy. Now we use our magic damage. Actually, hold up. Don't we have an attack?
Horrid Disharmony.
The music? What is that melody? What is that melody? Alright, so we didn't get to no-hit it.
Curse this fire!
But he's basically dead. We kicked ass. Alright. Magic. Let's do Distortion Field.
Scroll of Healing.
Can I 100% this though with HP? Alright, Thanor, do your thing.
Burning Blade.
I guess it's pointless to make him catch on fire again.
Ring of Fire!
No!
Curse this fire!
Curse this fire!
That sound! It rattles my skull!
This is so dope. Oh, so we're snared. We're snared. We can't do anything. Alright, Thanor. Yeah, hit him with that dang stab, I guess. Too good. Too good. Full HP.
We did it!
I can't believe what just happened.
Nah, that was fun as fuck. I'm gonna keep it a buck with
Oh my
you.
god, that was so much fun. Even more than I expected.
That was fun as hell.
Yeah, but the best part was finding...
Corporation's at it again. Corporation's at it again. Oh, fuck.
Shit.
Gabe's dead. Gabe's dead because of me. It's my fault. I killed Gabe.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I killed Gabe. I killed Gabe.
We gotta do something. We gotta do something. We gotta do something.
Listen to me.
Corporation's at it again.
Your fault.
Please do. Go for it.
It wasn't. Okay? It wasn't.
Poor kid, man. Imagine going through that shit, dude. I know Gabe was a great guy. I wasn't sure how I would feel about him as the episodes go on. But like I was loving him in the first episode. I was like, this guy's like too good to be true, right? There must be some sort of flaw. Then he fucking died. Oh, I was so pissed. I hated the game devs for a second. I was like, why would you make me feel this? This is new. Oh, that's Gabe and her.
Hey. Thanks for coming. Of course. Ethan's dad already pick him up? Yeah, they just left.
Poor kid, honestly.
I just wanted to thank you. Ethan needed time.
So did I.
Honestly, by the end, I was having just as much fun as he was. He thinks the world of you, you know. After everything, I think you're sort of his hero. He's sort of mine. How creative he is. You must be so proud of him. He was so thrilled to see you show up with the sword. I think that was mostly about the sword.
Oh no, Charlotte has
I think
self-doubts.
he was happy to see you in his world.
What's on your mind?
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm okay. Charlotte?
Just talk to
Alex,
us.
don't mind me, okay? Just a lot going on.
I'm so scared about these choices. I don't mind, and I do know she has a lot going on, but I'm here for her. Is there like a I'm here for you option? I feel like if I say something wrong, it's gonna go the wrong way, and I'm gonna be like, didn't mean that. I don't mind.
Don't mind you. At all. Do you want to talk about it? You're really sweet, but I'm okay.
So I fucked up.
Thanks for swinging by.
I fucked
see you
up.
at the festival.
You sure? Are you really okay? Fuck. I feel like, okay, whenever someone has asked me, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. That's like my default response. But whenever someone's asked me, are you really okay? It's okay. You can just rewind and pick, oh, wait. I wish I could. I was spoiled in Life is Strange 1. I was fucking spoiled. Fucking spoiled I was. You sure? Really okay. If someone asked me if I was sure, my default answer, even if I wasn't, I would say I'm sure, just to get going. But if I asked if someone was really okay, I would have an emotional response to that. Would it be good or negative? I'm not too sure. I'm gonna go with really okay. I don't really like how this question is worded. I'm gonna go with it.
Charlotte, I can tell some. Said no! Fuck, don't you listen? Shit.
Okay.
This was a mistake.
Okay.
Where did that anger come from?
Where indeed? That just came out. This part was one of the hardest for me to choose. Red is good. Red is good. Let me check the messages. I also do a thing where I try to read the messages frequently, just to see what's going on. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Steph. All right, let's see. We're past that. Thanks, you. Hero, dude, thank you so much. You totally killed it. Award-winning bard material right there. Thanks, you're pretty amazing too, you know? Ah, shucks. There's so much information that's just hidden in these messages. And I fucking love it. Dear Alex, what a marvelous event. I'm so glad I could participate in today's live action roleplay. It brings me back to my days in theater. Did I ever tell you I once... What is that? How do you say that? Assade? Ass-aid? Assade? I don't know how to say that. Like, actually. The role of Falstaff in my school's production of The Merry Wives of Windsor. With enough liquid prodding, you may one day get me to recall a few verses. And thank you for including me in the festivities. It's nice to take my mind off things. Anyhow, you enjoy your very first spring festival. I can still remember mine clear as day. Sincerely, Reginald McAllister III. Thank you, Ducky. You're wonderful. Ducky is great. Ass-aid. I have no idea how to say this. I just ass-aid it is. No, Ducky is great. I can't put my finger on Ducky. He seems like he has the qualities of a himbo, basically, is what Ducky is like. Just like a very old, confused himbo. Alright. You be angry. I'm gonna explore, see what's going on.
This hurts to even look at. How much did it hurt to make?
Holy fucking shit. Oh my fucking god, that sculpture is insane. Holy shit, actually. Use for Ducky, but I can see it. It fits. It does fit. Hits you on every day ending in Y. Wait, what? Very confused himbo? Yeah. Yeah. Like, he's not the typical himbo. He's an aged himbo that forgot he was a himbo.
There's almost an innocence about this one. I wonder what it's saying.
Innocence?
There's almost an innocence about this one. I wonder what it's saying.
That didn't seem so innocent.
Wonder
is that a mimic?
Inside.
Wait, these sculptures are kind of insane, actually. I love these.
It looks like Charlotte is really pouring herself into her art.
She is. I've seen this before. When you're filled with so much emotion that you put everything you got into a certain craft or art. And honestly, it's not too healthy. But people make some amazing stuff during it, but it's not healthy.
Beautiful. So why does it kind of make my skin crawl?
Despair, shame. Oh, this one I think hits the heaviest over here. This one right here. This sculpture in the middle, I think it's the second one for me. It's like you're being dragged down by all kinds of different shit. But this one right here, that one fucking hits. Chains, wings. Oh wait, that was supposed to represent wings. Dude, this is so fucking creative, actually. Charlotte is insane. Like, actually. Alright, come on, let's see what's on your mind. I'm not trying to touch your face. I just want to see what's in your mind. I swear. I mean, I can already tell what's on your mind, to be honest. music is insane. The distorted soundtrack right now. The Sims? Holy shit. Not in the creative sense, but I've been here. And it's honestly a very unhealthy place to be.
Her anger is so intense. Maybe there's something here that can tell me why.
Alright, we're gonna go backwards from how I initially approached things.
Alex, it's your fault. Everyone loves you. But I can't look at you without thinking about how fucked everything is since you came into my life.
She says that, but I don't think she means it. I get that though. What stage of grief is she in? It's not denial. Just anger. She's in the anger stage. That's an actual stage. This part was so well done, it gave me so much anxiety. Oh no, it's really well done so far. I have to be honest.
Fault. You were supposed to protect us. Why couldn't you?
She's blaming everyone, isn't she? Is she gonna blame herself as well? Oh, when I've been in this specific spot, I blamed myself. I think she might as well.
Gabe, it's your fault. Why would you teach me to need someone again just to go and leave me all alone?
Yeah, she's blaming everything around her.
She's so angry at everyone around her. But there's something else here.
It makes me want to reach out and hug her. I actually feel bad for her. Whoever? Is this about?
What's wrong with me? I can't let myself feel this way. When did I become such a fucking monster?
Fucking called it. She's still going at it against herself. Oh no.
Ethan! It's your fault! Why couldn't
She blames Ethan as well.
fucking listen?
You're angry at him. At Ethan. You blame him. I'm a bad mom, Alex. Charlotte. Charlotte.
I did blame the kid too. I don't blame the kid.
I hate my son, Alex. He's sweet, and he's creative, and he's the most important thing in the entire universe to me. And I hate him. For so long, it was just me and him. It took so long to learn how to be okay with that. And I was. But then, Gabe, I can deal with hating Ryan, or you, or even Gabe. But Ethan, if he had just listened, Gabe would still be alive. It all comes back to that.
Literally, yes. Literally, he would. Your feelings matter, your actions are what matters. But let's think about this. Literally, yes, if you just listen, things would be okay. That's just not how life works, though, is it? Man, this is fucking hard. This is hard. Like, it's a very conflicting emotion. So I get what she's going through, and I get it. And she definitely, the way she worded things, she even said it. She blames herself. She blames herself for the shit that she went through. Like, she blames herself because she made Ethan into someone that doesn't listen, for example, is what she's thinking. There's some self-hatred there going on as well. But what do I say in this context? How do I help her out of this? Your feelings matter? Your actions are what matters? Feelings do matter. But I think what you do matters more than your feelings, ultimately. And I think I thoroughly believe this. I thoroughly believe this. Like, feelings do matter, but your actions ultimately matter more. Because how you act, based on how you're feeling, maybe, has a direct effect on everything that happens around you. So I think I'm gonna go with the second option. Chose the answer for this one, did he? This got me. This is very conflicted. The second one, agreed. Yeah, I think the second one makes more sense.
None of that makes you a bad mom. No matter what you're feeling, you always give Ethan what he needs. That's what matters.
None of it fucking matters. He's dead.
I wish I were too.
I get it.
This anger could kill her, and nothing I'm saying is helping. What if I could just take it away?
No, you don't take her anger away. Surely not, right? You don't just take it away.
I can do it. I can take her anger from her. What would that do to her? What would it do to me? And even if I...
No. I don't agree with this. You don't take her anger away from her. What's the argument for it? I can leave her alone, or I can take Charlotte's anger. If you take her anger away from her, ultimately, I don't think she would be... That could have more danger. I think that's more dangerous than it is actually helpful, because it's a part of the grieving process. People have the right to be angry. And it's overcoming that anger that leads you to understanding and then appreciating the good that came along with the time and the experience we had with someone. It's overcoming the negative emotions that make you reach that point. And if you never have those emotions in the first place, you can't overcome that process. And you might never, those emotions might never be resolved, in my opinion. I feel like if you do this, her anger just disappears. It's like she's stuck. She's just trapped. I'm trying to figure out the argument for it. Like, momentarily, she just feels better. Wait, I don't want to accidentally choose and make a choice while I'm looking at chat, catching up with chat. If she takes the anger, that lady may not have anything to cling to live. Yeah, like, that's what I feel like. Like, it's definitely overstepping, and I kind of get what they're going for, but I can't agree with that statement. Does we have the power to do so? I think so, but the anger is there, and anger's always going to be there. We have to learn not to pretend anger doesn't exist. We have to learn to live with the anger, as it's a reminder for us to appreciate the good things in life. The game does imply that she's going to unalive because of the anger. And I think that's what's concerning to me, which is why I hate this option, by the way. I don't want to leave her alone. How about I don't take her anger away, but I'm still there. That's an option I would ultimately greatly prefer. But I don't have that option. It is intense pain. She is feeling intense anger, and I understand that argument. I get it. But even when it is intense pain, being able to overcome that intense pain changes you so much dramatically for the better, I feel like. I don't want her to unalive herself, though. This is hard. This is actually hard. Did I catch up completely? The mind is a fragile thing. I feel like you're confident in your reasonings. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna leave her alone. But like, what I really want, like I said, is the option to make a choice, like leaving her alone, except not really leaving her alone. Like, I want to be there. I want to be support, like a proper pillar. All my friends know that. When I'm there, I'm there for you. Like, y'all need me, just ask. I don't completely agree with leaving her alone. But I cannot. And I think for her own sake, I cannot take her anger from her. I personally think taking her anger away from her is doing her a disservice. And it's not good for her own well-being. And I genuinely believe that. You can ease it, or you can help her get over her anger, but you never should take away the anger. And I know people find ways to do this in real world examples. For example, like they run to any sort of escape. In this case, she's doing her art. She's doing her art so annoyingly, frustratingly so. And that reminds me of back then when I used to. I'm not gonna go into it because that shit's sad. But it's heavy stuff. Yeah, you can't just take that away. You can be the emotional support without taking away her anger. Yeah, that's what I want, instead of leaving her alone. People can be angry and rant and still have that emotion while you're being there. Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely thrown myself so full into something to distract myself, in many different contexts, many different ways, and honestly, it's not fucking healthy. I think anger is one of my biggest weaknesses, personally. But I would never want someone to take it away from me. And in that regard, if I don't want anyone to take it away from me, I'm leaving her alone.
I can't. I'm sorry, Charlotte.
But say something, please. Say something, Alex. Please say something.
You're strong. You'll get through this.
Not that!
I guess we'll find out.
That's what she says? That's what she says? That's what she said. What were the options? Reassure her, say nothing, or what was the first one? Apologize? I'm sorry. Useless. Reassure her. I was expecting. That's kind of buggy. I'm sorry. Thank you for the sub, Narwhal. I appreciate that. Ya dork. Ya dork. I was expecting, like, not a sorry, but something along the lines of like, I'm sorry that you're going through this, and honestly, feel what you need to. But I'm here, and I'll always be here. Please reach out to me, and we can talk. That's reassurance. Not damn. You know what? You're strong. You'll get through it. You do you, Charlotte. Bye. You regretted it instantly? Like, I'm okay with our choice. I'm pissed. That's her response. I'm pissed. What the fuck? Alex says bye, Felicia. Nice. Good job, King. You starting a podcast? When, Hitsu? Probably never. I'm actually throwing. But like that's why I love these games, but sometimes these games and their options just lead to y'all know the vibe. Y'all know the vibe. Like, I click one thing, completely different option thing starts, and
Okay. Hear me out. Is Typhon run
dork cast? Oh my god.
That would explain the conspicuously triangle-shaped logo.
I love these two so much.
Finally cracked it.
Hey.
Hey.
Alex.
It's so cool that we got rated by Steph's voice actor. And that's so cool.
So, how did things go with Charlotte?
Be honest.
I don't know. She was hurting so much. I thought I'd be able to help her, but I couldn't.
If you couldn't help her, I'm sure no one could.
Ultimately, I kind of agree with this. Ultimately, right now, Charlotte needs to find some comfort and solace in herself. And she needs to kind of help herself to get over that anger. But it would have been easier if Alex just said some proper reassuring things instead of just, damn, you're strong. You'll be fine. Instead of that. Because it's easier to approach heavy emotions if you know you have back. Like, you don't even necessarily need to talk to anyone, but just knowing that there's folks you can reach out to, sometimes that's more than enough. And that goes like a long ways. And people themselves don't realize how important that actually is. So it's good to see when people do know, but like, fuck, man. Why'd you say that? I'm still so upset. But I see you guys were even more upset about taking her emotions away. So I'm assuming I made the right choice for now. We might have to do certain things later to help her, which I'm hoping is the case, because then I'll try to help her properly.
Revealed all of Typhon's secrets.
But
not yet, but
well, we'll see.
We found a recording of Gabe's call.
Yes, please check in with your friends.
I should probably listen to that.
always checking for even the strong ones, especially the strong ones. I would actually suggest, because there's a common theme.
I need to know.
We're here for you. Okay?
Let's listen to it. After this chapter ends, by the way, I'm gonna end stream and then go to the gym, and I'll play the next chapter.
Mac, it's me.
Wednesday?
Yeah, okay, just listen. I need you to call off the explosion. Ethan's in the blast radius. Shit, he could get killed. What the hell's wrong with you? He snuck off. We're up here right now, trying to find him. Mac, please. All right, I'm on it. We'll halt the blasts. Fuck. You can't imagine the headaches this will create.
See, I knew Mac was good. I don't know why this is like a big surprise.
They just ignored him. It's so fucked.
I fucking called this. I knew Mac said his part, and corporate decided to say, "Fuck you, Mac. We're going according to the schedule, sir." Blow it up. And I don't think Mac even like was involved with it. Someone blew it up without knowing about it, and they just ignored him. I'm 100% sure that's what happened.
Mac turns out to be the good guy.
I never agreed with how they antagonized Mac from the start, beyond him being a complete idiot to his girlfriend. That part was...
We're taking these fuckers down.
Hell yeah, Alex. That part was fucking stupid. On his part. But calling him like a murderer and all that, I did not agree with that. There's so much we were missing there.
This USB stick has what I need. Timed a key part of any good investigation.
Hell yeah, it is. I want some fried rice right now. I'm glad Steph/Katie rated you. I'm surprised I've landed an understanding and genuine stream. Also, you have good commentary and career.
Not gonna lie, I'm...
Shucks, King. Thank you so much for that. That's so kind of you to say. I appreciate that.
I played 3 monsters. You made me run all over town.
Such a trooper.
Honestly,
Hear me out before you
if it wasn't for the fact that me and Steph are gonna be a thing in this game,
obviously,
I feel like Steph and Ryan probably would have had a connection.
And
Although I know Steph is giga gay.
Shaggy.
I don't know if she's bi or not.
I'm obviously Daphne.
Oh, you're obviously Daphne.
You wear glasses. You're Velma.
I mean, honestly, Velma. If I was called Velma, I take that as a compliment. Low key. Like the gays. Okay, so she's just straight up like, gotcha. I respect it. Yeah, call me Velma? That's not an insult. All right. Look at everything.
Case and a warm beer.
Nice.
Brian brought this down from his station.
A map.
Hope it comes in
Valid.
handy. Gotta
Foosball
find joy
trophy.
in the little things. Right, Gabe?
Anger, sad. Don't want to look at everything yet. Use the laptop in a bit. Look at stuff.
Steph went all in so we could get our hands on this. Let's hope it makes a difference.
It already did make a difference for you guys. I mean, I kind of called
Good
it.
at this detective stuff.
All right, let's speak to you.
So, how fucked are we?
Velma's a mad compliment.
If we can't
Like,
out ourselves,
I don't even need to go into detail with that.
Oh, you really think so?
Yeah. You saw me in action, right?
Oh, have you guys seen the new Velma show? What do you guys think about that? I've seen like random bits from it, and honestly, it's not it. It's not it. It definitely feels like another one of those moments where corporate are really fucked up. I'm not sure though. I haven't seen any episodes. I've just seen clips. I should just preface that. It just seems like, first of all, there's no Scooby-Doo. How you gonna have a Scooby-Doo show without any Scooby-Doo? Actually, no. Isn't there actually someone named Scooby or something like that? Like in episode 2, like someone mentioned like Shaggy's gonna date someone named Scooby. Yeah. What the fuck?
We're gonna get them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know we will.
It's not a dog. It's human named Scooby. Not a dog. Human named Scooby. But I just think like that choice in of itself is really fucking weird. Like it just like how do you make that leap? Like that's weird. So I don't like it. I don't like it. I think they're a little bit weird. We all know Scooby's a dog. It's beyond cringe. Like I don't think they've realized how I'm moving on from my night and not let Hitsu ruin my childhood. I'm sorry. Okay, no more Velma. No more Velma talk.
Whatever's going on with Typhon, it wasn't
Exactly.
worth Gabe's life.
We're going to get them. For you, Gabe.
I respect these guys. All right, let's see. This is a map of what happened. Rock slides common down here. Tall drop off. Avalanche. Avalanche. I'm so fucking stupid. Old refinery. 2008 mine collapse. Sinkholes. Old mill and processing. Prospect Lake. Dillon River. The Typhon pit. I don't know where it happened, to be honest with you.
Gabe's call came in from the sat phone at 8:41 p.m. I should find the next call and see if that has any information.
KO Sonic Asylum.
This is ACFC. How can we feed you? Is the Good Pickings chicken thing still going on? It sure is. Nice. Let me get a large order of the spicy nuggets. Excellent choice.
Hey, Mac has good taste.
Chicken in gravy or the mashed potatoes in gravy? Oh, okay. Sir? Oh, fuck. Sorry. Do you need a minute? No. I'm gonna go with the potatoes. Yeah, let's just do potatoes. You could do both for 50 cents extra.
Oh my god.
You still there? Yeah. No, that's okay. Just the potatoes. Oh.
Can I get a motherfucking
For a large order of spicy nuggets with potatoes. That'll be ready for you to pick up in about 30 minutes. Thanks.
That was riveting.
Okay, just based on that little bit there, does Max... It's not Max. It's Mac. Does Mac have anxiety? Because that was very... it's either he got lost in the order, but the way he was replying there, I feel like he has straight up like anxiety, like proper anxiety. I said that wrong right there, but... Intriguing.
Lace Flowers, this is Riley. How can I help you?
Hey, babe, it's me.
Mac, hey, what's up?
I'm on
Okay, you know, I'm actually going to go through this. This is all about Mac. I'm going to go through this. I didn't realize this was his call log.
Hey, so I'm not sure about this part here.
It's Mac.
It's going to give me a lot of information about him as a person.
Can we talk later? I'm kind of busy.
Busy how?
Let's hang out when you get off, okay?
Hold up, why is Gabe there?
Okay, talk soon. I love you.
Wait, Riley!
Oh, Mac.
Okay. Right there, I actually kind of feel for Mac. In that specific call, I know Riley was busy and she doesn't need to hang up and like continue the conversation. I get it. But if someone had extreme anxiety, and this is me just theorizing here, if someone had extreme anxiety and they just received that phone call and said, "Oh, Gabe's here, gotta go," you can't leave someone with anxiety in a situation like that. So I kind of feel for Mac there. What he did is still fucking stupid. I still think he's an idiot for doing what he did.
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps
it's lagging. I didn't even see the notification.
Peculiar would happen.
King Oof, thank you. King Foof, sorry.
Anyway,
thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Oh, it's so laggy. My stream's bugging out. He sounds like me on the phone and have extreme phone anxiety, so maybe I have to call it a night and go to bed. See ya. Hope you have a good day / night. No worries. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out, King. I appreciate that. You have a wonderful night. And that's kind of why I kind of like realized this. My sister, she's gotten a lot better. She's like almost fine now. Basically, she doesn't really suffer from anxiety much anymore. But back then, she was so anxious to the point where she couldn't even talk to people in public or call people on the phone. So I see some of the traits Which is why it's just theorizing. But if that's the case, Mac is dealing with a lot more than we realized. I just thought he was stressed out from work situation, or he thought someone was cheating. But it seems like he actually has some underlying like anxiety.
I'm of Typhon Mining. I think we had one of your plumbers up here last week.
Typhon Mining. Give me just 1 second to check our
Wait, is this not about Mac?
I have a record of a service call regarding some sewage backup.
Yeah, so, I don't think it's fixed.
The field report I have says that the issue was diagnosed and solved. Can you describe what
Someone clogged the fucking toilet.
You know, I really can't. So can you just send someone?
I'll have someone out to you later this afternoon.
Great.
Have a nice day.
Yeah,
Someone clogged the fucking toilet again after it just got unclogged. It got unclogged and then they clogged the toilet. Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh, that's great.
Typhon Mining, this is Diane. Hi, Diane. It's Rose down at Town Hall. Hey, Rose.
Okay, this is Diane.
Oh, I'm busy as a bee this time of year. You have
This is Diane.
Some folks have come in here with some questions about the expansion and all that. I was hoping you could give me some answers to pass along to them. I'll do my best. What are the questions? Let's see here. Okay, first question. How many jobs do you expect?
Hey Thunder, what's up? How are you doing tonight?
We'll be starting with 25 new positions, but that number is expected to grow to 45 within the first year.
How many people are in this town?
Just a moment here to jot that down. Alrighty, next up. Number of questions regarding risks for pollution. Water, air quality, etc., etc. Anything you can offer there? You know, let me pass that on to our environmental outreach department. They'll get back to you with all the relevant fact and figures. Oh, sure, no problem.
She dodged the question instantly.
Last one. They
basically.
want to know if there will be more mining vehicles driving through town. Yes, we
Obviously.
will be increasing our transportation needs somewhat with the expansion. But to minimize disturbance, we plan to direct drivers to stick to approved trucking routes. And of course, never after 6
Okay,
o'clock.
I'm gonna be honest. Diane is a fucking professional.
Thanks so much, Diane. That's all I have for you right now. My pleasure.
No wonder she hates her job.
Diane is really good at pretending to be a person.
Oh, Alex, come on. That's kind of mean. That's kind of mean, Alex. Doing good, chilling. But she is a professional, though. I feel like they're also dogging on Diane a little bit too hard. I think Diane hates her job.
Typhon Mining, this is Brandon. Hello, I'm calling from the Department of Land and Resources to confirm the inspection set for next week. Yeah, let me grab Diane for you. Thanks.
This is Diane.
Hi, Diane. I'm calling to...
Confirm inspections?
Yes. Did you have a chance to look over the email I sent?
I did.
Okay.
Everything looks great.
What have you done today, Thunder?
I'll see you
How's your day
Thursday.
been?
Have a good one.
You too.
There must be a lot riding on these inspections.
Okay, this is the phone call after 8:41.
Safety. Mac? It's me. Fuck off.
Skip that.
Hello, Diane. Is it safe to assume you've gotten your emotions under control?
So Lena's corporate. Lena's executive.
Killed last night because of a decision you made. I think I would be very careful with what you say next. Who do you think is more at risk here? Me or you? Excuse me? Now, of course, we're
Fuck
all
Lena.
committed to helping
Fuck
you make it
Lena.
through this difficult period. We don't want to see anyone be scapegoated over an unavoidable accident.
Oh my god,
Great.
dude.
Then you and I are aligned. Who else knew there were people in the mountains? Just my safety manager, Mac. He got their distress call just before I contacted you. Do you trust him? I think I can convince him to be trustworthy. Good. Only one point of contact, and you've got him handled. I think we're going to make it through this just fine. Speak to you soon. Okay.
I refuse to feel bad for Diane in all this, but damn.
I get it. Diane's covering it up. I get it, but that's because she's being blackmailed. Essentially there. She just got blackmailed. That fucking sucks. I've heard about Hi-Fi Rush, but I have not seen anything about it. I know nothing about it. I've just heard about it. Is it good? Do you enjoy it?
H&B
I hope work went well.
Bennett speaking.
Hi, Bennett. This is Diane Jacobs. Lena told me...
Yep, been expecting your call.
Okay. I'm not sure what the next step is.
Just need all the pertinent information on the employee in question. Name, number, address, significant others. We'll handle the rest.
I see.
Just come to the office. My secretary will take everything down. No records that you were even there.
Got it. Okay. I'll come by tomorrow.
Looking forward to it.
It's so gross that Typhon has people watched.
Yeah, Typhon sounds like a very shitty fucking company.
Typhon Mining, this is Diane.
Hello, Diane. My name is Rory Praha. I'm a journalist with the Rocky Mountain Gazette. We'll be printing a story on last night's accident in the paper tomorrow. Would you like to provide a comment?
Yes, I would. Last night's accident was
It's a rhythm action game? Do you have a link?
all the more unfortunate by the fact
I'd be
that
down
it
to
could have been
check it out.
avoided with a simple phone call.
A simple phone call. Can you speak more about that?
Of course. Typhon always has a safety manager on duty. One quick call from Mr. Chen to our 24-hour emergency line would have alerted us that there were people in the danger zone, and we could have reacted accordingly and stopped the blasts.
Quick note. They only mentioned Mr. Chen because Mr. Chen died. Second note. There were other people there that could have called. Third note. It's highly suspicious that they mentioned only Mr. Chen. And that Diane fucked up here. This is a fuck up moment. This is a suspicious fuck up moment. A detective would catch that.
Citizens in danger of meeting the same fate as Gabe Chen.
Absolutely not. As long as you heed the warning signs, you will be safe. And if you ever do find yourself in an emergency, that's what our emergency line is for. There's no danger whatsoever.
All right. We'll be sure to include your comments. Thanks for giving me your time, Diane.
Have a nice day.
I almost threw up listening to that.
Same.
Diane, you're trying to do damage control, but
Typhon Mining, this is Diane.
goddamn.
It's Jason.
Thank you,
Hello,
Neil.
Deputy. You have good news for me?
I suppose I do. You are officially cleared to continue regular operation. The county no longer considers your pit an active crime scene.
Well, that's a huge relief.
Now, to be clear, the investigation is still open and active. Typhon hasn't been cleared of anything yet.
Sure, I understand. But can we start mining again?
Yes, you can start.
She's asking all the questions she needs for Typhon.
Well, thanks for the call.
Yeah, no problem. Take care, Diane.
You too.
Seems a lot easier to get away with murder than you'd hope.
A little bit. Pie. Perfect.
Typhon Mining.
Diane?
Oh, hey, Joe. How are you?
I'm good. Doing real good. So I have a pretty good list of candidates to go over with you. Looks like I've got 40 names.
Great work. When can we go over it?
Hey, Diane, can I be candid for a moment?
Please.
It's just, well, we've all been following the news and, I don't know, after that accident.
Joe?
I just want to be sure there really are positions waiting for these people.
There's nothing to worry about. If you have qualified candidates to show me, I have jobs to offer them.
Glad to hear it. You free Tuesday afternoon? Around 3?
Sure.
Great. Looking forward to it.
Me too. See you later, Joe.
I hope Typhon has a nice severance package.
Yeah, it's called death. You want to quit, you die.
Lena, it's Diane. We have a problem.
You're kidding.
There's a kid lost in the mountains near the pit. We need to postpone. Lena?
Haven is your site, Diane, and therefore this is your decision. I know I don't need to remind you of the stakes.
Someone could be hurt. Or killed.
We've been over this. Anyone up there has disregarded posted notices and accepted full liability.
We're talking about a child. I'm just asking for one day.
If you postpone tonight's scheduled blast, you put...
Oh my god.
That puts the whole company in jeopardy. Is that what you want?
No.
Then do the math and make the right call. Email me when it's done.
I will.
What the hell is Rhea?
Must have been pretty damn important.
Maybe Diane says more about it in her email?
Maybe. Let me see if I can find it.
Fuck? Lena, whatever the fuck her name is, fuck her. Wholeheartedly. In the most... She's a dickhead. A proper fucking dickhead. Oh, I feel disgusted right now. That just pissed me off. Oh, that just pissed me off. We've been over this. If they walked in there, they're signs for a reason. Liability-wise, we're clear. Oh, I hate her. Oh, I fucking hate her. All right, we go to the oldest and go back.
I thought getting away with murder would be so bureaucratic.
Corporations. Ahaha. I'm willing to inform you that we set a date for the inspection on your two slides. Please thoroughly review the info below. Blah, 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 blah. Bureaucratic bullshit. I'm going down into the closed shaft to ensure Typhon taking proper precautions. Stabilize the land post-collapse. Blah, 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 blah. This is a general protocol inspection. So it's just a regular inspection email.
Too bad
Walker
money
Dennis.
can't fix all of Typhon's problems.
Hello, Dan. Sorry to hear about the troubles you're having with your hauler. I spoke with some folks about getting the brakes fixed, but given the upcoming expansion, I've decided to go ahead and buy you a new one. We'll send you out a 789 hauler. Should be efficient enough to handle 2 pits. The bat guy says they'll have it there next week. Okay.
Damn. Is this what Diane sold her soul for?
After our recent conversation, I took the liberty of expediting your application to our executive training program. So she's gonna go up in the board. We move forward with your enrollment as soon as you have the situation in Haven all wrapped up.
This is the email Diane mentioned. So what is Rhea?
I warned you, Lena. I fucking warned you. Sender, Diane. Rhea went off undetected as you insisted, and now...
Rhea went off undetected. Was there a second blast that night?
They only had permits for one.
Because Rhea.
What did Lena say? Without the scheduled blast, Rhea would be discovered?
Is this some like conspiracy bullshit?
The blast that killed Gabe was just a cover for another explosion?
We didn't hear another explosion, though. It must have gone off somewhere else.
Oh, this is some like...
If we can
we're here to hunt people or find the source of magical powers bullshit right now. This is some like... This is some spooky shit. Hold up. No, back to the emails. There's more.
Damn. Is this what a polite way of saying, I control you and don't forget it? Situation? You mean that guy you killed?
So the way Lena types as well, fucking whoever, good job, devs. Good job.
A second blast. That's some Bond villain type stuff.
That someone is Gabe.
And a life, and a girlfriend.
Call it.
And a sister.
You better have a plan on not going down for this, at least not alone.
This is when Diane decided to start copying evidence to this USB stick.
I understand that you're upset and emotional about tonight's tragic, unavoidable accident. Therefore, I'm choosing to overlook this moment. Overlook this momentary lapse of judgment. I'll be calling first thing tomorrow to discuss how we move forward. I suggest you take the night to cool off. Dude, fucking hate this woman. I don't even know her, and I hate her.
Seems like a lot is hanging on these inspections.
Congratulations on your efforts in the Haven Springs expansion campaign. I just got word back from the state and we've officially passed inspections. Pop some champagne. You've earned it. All that's left now is the vote. I've been hearing great things about the progress. The fuck is Rhea?
Whatever Typhon was up to, it looks like they've all but gotten away with it.
Sponsoring the Spring Festival is a nice touch.
Idea. I'm gonna make sure this expansion fails if it's the last thing I do.
All right, we need to find Diane called HQ to discuss something called Rhea. Was there another call log? I think so.
Typhon Mining.
Diane?
Oh, hey, Joe. How are Typhon Mining? This is Diane.
Diane,
Typhon.
H&B Invest.
All right.
I guess Mac was right to be so paranoid.
HNB Investigation Services, subject John McCormick Mac Loudon. Asset management. Surveillance of the subject's home began 9:30 a.m. Subject remained out of view until 1 p.m. when he appeared to use the bathroom. Subject left home at 8 p.m. He's being fucking trailed right now? Was tailed to dispensary and back home. Subject remained in his home for the remainder of surveillance. Subject remained in his home all day. Received one visitor identified as former girlfriend, damn, who went inside and stayed for just under an hour. Such behavior appears consistent with depression. Oh, fuck
It
off.
feels wrong to be looking at this. And yet, I can't look away.
Subjects fall to the wake and then to the flower shop. Subjects argued with girlfriend and then seen talking with a woman identified as Alex Chen.
Fuck. They saw that?
Erratic behavior observed, but subjects seem to have calmed after interaction. Flight risk remains. So they're afraid of this guy getting out of there. They're actually afraid of Mac just hopping on out.
I guess Mac
Dude,
was
that's
right
so
to be so
weird.
paranoid. This is about Rhea, but it doesn't tell me where it was.
Da-da-da-da, safety manager unknown or redacted. Date 428, time 2132.
Exactly the same time the blast that killed Gabe went off.
Destination location, code name Brea, expected haul, not
The
available.
expected haul was left blank.
Permit
No
number.
permit? That's gotta be illegal, right?
Definitely illegal. Crew present 1, crew injured 0. If any, explain. Charges primed 12, charges detonated 12, misfire 0, signature illegible. Site operator Brandon Whitaker, safety manager Mac Loudon. Detonation name, codename Dione. Expected haul 8 tons. Crew present 20. This makes more sense. Charges prime 20. Charges detonate 20.
Do all corporations use supervillain code names? Or just the evil ones? This is Rhea. Fuck. This map's too small to tell where this is.
No, it's right here.
Thanks for spilling your guts.
I looked at this map.
That's the site of the 2008 Typhon mine collapse.
Wait, they set off a blast in their current mine to cover up a blast in their old mine?
That shaft was exhausted years ago. There's nothing left to dig up.
Because there's something there.
Possibly be down there that's so important to them.
Typhon just had to pass a bunch of inspections at the old site, didn't they?
Yeah, so?
So, I don't think they were digging something up. They were burying something.
Fuck, did it just end the chapter? There's like one more email I wanted to go through. Ah, shit. Alright, view friend stats. 57% did distract Diane. Alex left Charlotte for anger. It just ended so suddenly. I wasn't ready for that. I wanted to antagonize. I'm gonna be honest. Someone made a comment and it was kind of funny. I wanted to antagonize. Whoops. So making her sad probably would have been better. But I definitely wanted to antagonize, and it worked, I guess. Alex listened to Kings of Leon in the apartment. Yes, we did. Alex did some weeding on the rooftop. Yes, we did. Let's see. Ethan and Alex were never knocked out in battle. Holy shit. Both Ethan and Alex were knocked out in battle. Alex was knocked out in battle. How did they manage that? It's probably like completionist, right? The troll was subdued with magic power. The troll took Alex's bribe. The serpent was put to sleep. Steph helped Alex find out what Typhon was up to. Steph stormed out of the apartment? What? How? Why? Why would Steph storm out the apartment? What? King Tabor vowed to return for his revenge? What? He can come back? How the fuck? Riley found out about Eleanor's dementia. Honestly, that's kind of for the better, I guess. I didn't like our reply as Alex when we said, you made the right choice. You never know how much time you have with someone, and then she's just like, bro, what the fuck? Alex helped a student focus on her work. Hell yeah. Alex and Ethan solved the justice riddle, and we helped the blacksmith with his work. I think we did a lot of the things I wanted to do this chapter, so that makes me happy. Where's the important question? This one. Alex left Charlotte with her anger. So it seems like worldwide, everyone had similar stats as well. Same way my friends did. Alex left Charlotte with her anger. Alex chose Steph. So a lot of people took her anger away from her. That kind of surprised me. Oh, that's laggy. That's laggy. Very laggy. Ayo indeed. Hello. Thank you for the sub. For 2 months. Damn. But no, this surprises me. That so many people chose to take her anger away from her, and I get it. It's kind of like a act of kindness almost, but in a way, it's kind of like parents and their kids, I guess. You know, you try to be there for your kid as much as you can, but when you do something for them, it devalues them in a way. That's just interesting to me, though. Interesting, because that's a significant difference right there. That's a difference of like 6%. That's significantly different. Not as much as this. I mean, I get it. I get it. Steph and them just work. I get it. But that's cool. What's up? Hi, Crucial Gaming. How you doing? Oh, let me check the Steph store. I can buy on pops out on Microsoft Store. Steph, like I want to say Ryan is great. He is a great guy. Compared to, I forgot who the first boy love interest in Life is Strange was. Compared to that guy, Ryan, I think, is a lot cooler of a dude. Unfortunately, Steph is Steph. You know what I mean? Like, sorry. So yeah, I can buy the for $13. I can buy for $13. So when I finish the game, we'll probably try it. But yes, I should end stream then. Oh, what a chapter. Steph is my favorite character in the whole series. I mean, Steph is great. Steph has been honestly great, especially during the LARP moment. You really get to see her shine during the LARP, in case you realize how much thought and effort she put into the actual thing, especially for Ethan and everyone around there, to know how much like shit they went through. Sorry, I just dropped my thing. All the shit they just went through. It's really mind-boggling. It's like a foosball scene as well. Like, it's really, really well done. So I like Steph. Steph is a great character. She's goated. For sure. 10 out of 10. But yes, we're on chapter... Well, I guess we finished chapter 3. I'll play chapter 4, I think, Wednesday. I'm going to try to get back into streaming. I was gone a little bit because of the holidays. But we're going to get back into it. Tuesdays, I'm watching anime tomorrow in the Discord. But Wednesday, I'll play chapter 4. And then Friday... Maybe Thursday, actually. Maybe Thursday, we'll do chapter 5. Yeah. It's so cool that the voice actor for Steph rated me, Katie. I'll have to check out their stream. I always love it when voice actors stream, like well-known games. Like, do you guys know the voice actor for Detroit Become Human, the guy that plays Connor? I think their channel's like Deckert Games or something like that. When he first started streaming, I was just like, fuck yeah, dude. I was like one of his first viewers. And like his like premiere stream, I was there. And I was like, holy shit, this is great. But it made me really happy. I love it when voice actors get involved. Or I love it when good streamers get a gig in voice acting as well. I think that's really cool as well. But yeah. I love my stay here. Hope I can make it to more streams. Thank you. Thank you for saying that, Narwhal. I appreciate that. I definitely followed her, so I'll check her out at some point. So cool. I want to check something in settings real quick because I was lagging a little bit today. Oh, to be fair, I didn't really reset my PC, and I totally should have. Oh, all right. It's my face. Hello. I'm gonna quit the game, and I'm gonna try to find someone to raid quick, and then I gotta go to the gym. Good. It's gonna be late night gym session, but it is what it is. It's actually gonna be a late night gym session. That's actually crazy. It's the face. It's my face. Hello. Let's see who's streaming on Twitch.
You're an original, aren't you?
I love you, Boo. There she is. The Boo.
You know.
Hi. I love you. I'm sorry. It's late, and we finished the chapter in Life is Strange. Yeah. So I gotta head to the gym now. It's super late though. I gotta head to the gym. So sad. But let me see who's streaming right now. Going. Yeah, I know. Have fun. Thank you. I wanted to go earlier actually, but there's actually no car. Like actually no car. I opened the garage door, like I'm in gym clothes. I opened the garage door. There's nothing there. So I closed the garage door and said, I'm gonna stream. I still can't believe that the voice actor rated us. That's so cool. That's so nice that she raids. I love it when voice actors do that. Raid people who are playing their games. That's so cool. I know Decker, for example, rated people who played Detroit Become Human. No, that was really dope of him. Let's see, who's streaming? Who is streaming right now? Speeding, I guess. Speaking of voice actors and stuff, I have a good friend of mine. His name is Jared, and he played the role of. I never really watched the show that much. His name is Jared Gilmore. So if you guys recognize that name, he played the role of something in Once Upon a Time. Is that the name of the show? Once Upon a Time? Henry. He was a kid. He's streaming right now. He's doing some Genshin Impact, and like me, he's trying to get back into streaming a little bit. So I think we can rate him. He's a good egg. He's also working and becoming a voice actor. I think he got a gig not too long ago. But it's obviously under wraps and everything. But he's a good lad as well. And I actually used to coach him in Overwatch. So fun fact. Did I spell his Twitch name correctly? I'm gonna look stupid if I don't. Okay, yeah, that's him. All right. Anywho, I'm going to go get ready to go to the gym. I need to refill this with water and go to the gym, do my thing, come back home, and I'm gonna be home at like almost midnight. Oh my god, it's such a late night gym session. It's fine. I haven't done it before, but it'll be a new experience for me. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. I want to watch a movie soon. We should have a movie night soon. There's like 2 movies that I'm kind of curious about that I want to watch. But that's for later. We'll decide that later. Anyways, I'll see you guys. Bye.